Sir, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Associate Professor Jussi Pajunen from the Department of Warfare of the FNDU. It is my privilege to open this second day of this Russia seminar. Topic of this opening session today is a Ukrainian military adaptation during the Russo-Ukrainian War. I am honored to introduce our speakers. Dr. Mark Devore is a senior lecturer at the University of St. Andrews. He also co-chairs the Ukraine Working Group. He is currently a British Academy Fellow and advises UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office on technological sanctions targeting Russia's defense industries. Our second speaker, Dr. Kristen Harkness, is as well senior lecturer at the University of St. Andrews. She is director of the university's Institute for the Study of War and Strategy. She is also an Economic and Social Research Council Fellow and the research lead for the House of Commons for the defense and security issues. Furthermore, Andrew Zagorodnik from the Ukraine's Center for Defense Strategies has collaborated with these experts and he facilitates their research in Ukraine. Kristen and Mark, floor is yours.
All right, well, good morning, good early morning, and thank you so much for being here. So the project that we're presenting here today, we're calling Battle Adaptation in the Long Russo-Ukrainian War, Pathways to Military Effectiveness. Our motivation and inspiration for this project comes out of the literature on military innovation and adaptation in a way that this is a literature that's developed. It's developed during this period of time where we actually haven't had that many long, high-intensity conventional wars. So most of the wars in the late 20th century, early 21st century, if you think of the Gulf War, of the Arab-Israeli War, these wars took place over a matter of days or weeks, not months or years. So there are some exceptions to this, like the Iran-Iraq War and the Eritrean-Ethiopian War. But actually, while our scholarship was developing on ways that military organizations learn, we didn't have that many long, high-intensity conflict wars. And so our theories and our ideas and our understanding of how militaries become good learning organizations is shaped largely by the two world wars, right? Historical studies of those, and counterinsurgency contexts, particularly Iraq and Afghanistan. And so as this particular war has lengthened over time, we thought that this was actually not that we ought to reevaluate what we think we know about military learning and how militaries become good learning organizations in this context of high-intensity conventional combat. So what we think we know about military adaptation, and I guess I should define that, although there's not that much of a consensus in the literature. So military adaptation is generally defined in contraposition to military innovation. Literature and understanding started with this idea of big revolutionary changes in how militaries fought and understanding when these big changes came about. And then there was a reaction to that that said, actually, most learning, particularly learning on the battlefield, is smaller scale than these sorts of revolutionary moments in technology or force structure or doctrine. And so adaptation is generally understood as small-scale incremental learning, in contrast to these big moments. We should also add that the way that we're thinking about adaptation, and so we're looking at a range of, and we're interested in a range of these instances of learning or important adaptations on the battlefield. But this is more than just soldiers playing around and experimenting, right? Everybody learns in warfare, and we shouldn't be surprised, right? We shouldn't be surprised that Ukrainians are learning. We shouldn't be surprised that Russians are learning. Everybody tries things. Everybody tries to survive, right? Everybody jerry-rigs their kit. Everybody tries to do things a bit differently when it's not working out. When you talk about organizational learning, you're talking about learning that gets captured at some level by the organization and disseminated across units. And so we are trying to make a differentiation between experimentation on the battlefield and then how that gets captured within those organizations and preserved and disseminated. And our theories say, our existing theories say, there are actually three pathways or mechanisms of learning. Top down, bottom up, and then people have begun more recently talking about horizontal, and there's this other one called liberal, but we're not going to talk about that because there's like one article on it. So the first theorized mechanism, which largely came out of the military innovation literature, is this idea that learning occurs at the top of the command hierarchy, right? That ideas are generated very high up in the organization, and then they're disseminated downwards, right? They're through training, through doctrine, through different types of kind of distribution mechanisms that come back down the hierarchy to units on the front line. The alternative mechanism is that learning occurs from the bottom up, that soldiers that are actually in combat, that are on the front lines, that are having to deal with the adversary firsthand, that they're the ones that are coming up with the ideas, they're the ones making the changes, right? It's originating in the field, and that those ideas then get captured through some sort of learning process. They come back up the hierarchy to some degree. It can vary how far up. They get captured, and then they get disseminated, again, through lessons learned processes, through training, through changes in standard practices. But this is still kind of going up, right? We're going up and down the hierarchy. The third mechanism that people posit, they call horizontal learning, and this is more individual to individual learning, right? Dissemination is occurring between soldiers, between units, horizontally or laterally. And an off-cited example of this is in Afghanistan, where kind of hardening of soft-shelled vehicles occurred, right? IEDs were a big problem, and they started jerry-rigging in the field and hardening vehicles in the field, and this was passed, these practices, through the motor pools, where soldiers would come back, mechanics would come back, they'd talk to each other in the motor pool, and they'd pass on these practices. And so it was disseminating soldier to soldier without really going up the chain of command and then having to come back down. And those are the models that we typically talk about of how learning occurs in military organizations. And so we thought, as a first step in this project, that we would start tracking important instances of learning in the Ukrainian military and trying to understand, do they fit these existing models? And I'm not going to go into, there are whole theories about how learning best occurs. And how to be a better learning organization, but they're all sort of premised on a first understanding of, what kind of learning is best and how militaries learn, and there are big fights over whether top-down or bottom-up is better. These are playing out in the literature over this war right now, of thinking that people are categorizing Russia as a top-down learning organization that is actually doing better now at scaling up and sort of and adapting in some areas, while the Ukrainian military is often characterized as a bottom-up learning organization. And there are others who argue that that's a better way of learning, and that therefore they're going to out-adapt and out-learn the Russians. And so this table, and I'm going to hand over on the empirics to my co-author in just a second, but what this table does, and I just want to just put some methodological disclaimers on this first. This is not comprehensive. This is partial and selective. There are a lot of reasons for that. We're focused here on the early war, just for security reasons. A lot of these are, in fact, maybe outdated adaptations. There's not a critical advantage anymore to having them. But they're a selection of important adaptations that the Ukrainian military has done. And the important thing to note is actually they're occurring across all three types of mechanisms. You'll notice there are important, very important things left off that we're going to talk about later that didn't fit any of these pathways of learning. So I'll hand over to you.
So we selected one innovation respectively from each of these categories, top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal, to try to dig down into the precise mechanisms by which Ukraine adapted. And our case of top-down adaptation is Ukraine's development of long-range drone capabilities. Now, basically, and our nice eagle there is the symbol of the 383rd Ukrainian UAV regiment that has since been upgraded to a brigade. Now, the origins of this unit are that during the Donbass fighting of 2014-2015, Ukraine attempted to use its manned aviation, but found fixed-wing aircraft extremely vulnerable to the surface-to-air missiles that Russia operated on behalf of the separatist forces that it was supporting. So Ukraine lost quite a few Sukhoi 25s and other fixed-wing assets in a very short period of time. And this led to soul-searching on the part of Ukraine's general staff of how can we provide any form of battlefield air effect, even including reconnaissance, given the relative effectiveness of Russian surface-to-air missiles. And in 2016, the response was creating an actual UAV regiment. So in 2016, the General Staff created the 383rd UAV Regiment. Initially, this regiment was equipped with that lovely dinosaur of a drone. These are Soviet Tupolev 141 and 143 drones that Ukraine had decommissioned but never disposed of after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So they just dug out these old dinosaurs. But from the beginning, it was thought that the Tupolevs were only a way of developing experience for how can one operate drones on a modern battlefield. In 2019, 3 years later, Ukraine then signed the contract with Turkey to acquire quite a few Bayraktar drones, which were a newer and more capable system. And through this process of both recommissioning the Tupolevs, purchasing the Bayraktars, the 383rd gradually developed tactics, techniques, procedures for operating drones at long ranges. Now, as soon as the large-scale, full-scale invasion began on the 24th of February, the 383rd found itself on the front lines, metaphorically. And ever since, it has been adapting and improving and refining its tactics, techniques, and procedures. Initially in the war, Bayraktars were used very successfully against Russian ground targets. The top picture showing some of the Bayraktar strikes during the Battle of Sumy. This was on the 1st of March, 2022, when essentially the 383rd demolished a Russian armored column trying to make its way through Sumy as part of the initial invasion. Russian forces adapted to Ukraine's use of Bayraktars. They moved EW resources and surface-to-air missiles, making it very difficult to use Bayraktars over land. So the 383rd reoriented to the Black Sea, where in May and June it played a critical role in that environment where EW was not yet quite so much of a role in both the sinking of the Moskva, as well as the sinking of other naval assets around Snake Island. Gradually, the Black Sea also became a no-go area for the Bayraktars. So at that point, the 383rd remembered its old dinosaur of Tupolev 141s and decided to jury-rig those as one-way attack drones and started using those and other drones in October of 2022 to essentially destroy high-value Russian bombers and other assets at Russian air bases far behind Russian lines. Since then, the 383rd has been upgraded to a brigade, has fielded new drones. That is a story that is complicated and gets us into more realms that may be still sensitive for the Ukrainians. But essentially, this is a unit that was a brainchild of the General Staff, that was heavily resourced and continually, with the General Staff's support, developed and fielded new technology and used it in new ways since the beginning of full-scale hostilities. So that's top-down innovation. Bottom-up. Our case of bottom-up adaptation is the defense of Mariupol, and most particularly the defense of the Azovstal steel mill. Now, basically, the Ukrainians have made a very good story about the defense of Mariupol, but the defense of Mariupol could have been a disaster. The Ukrainians had not planned at all to defend and to fight an urban battle in Mariupol. In fact, the front line, the plan was to defend a line of villages and fortified front lines 10 kilometers north of Mariupol. The Russians, due to both the slow Ukrainian mobilization and the Russian breakout from their positions in the Crimea, they were essentially able to come at Mariupol through three sides and quickly overwhelmed the defensive lines that Ukraine was planning on defending. Mariupol, by all rights, should have fallen, except a National Guard unit, one that has attracted a fair amount of negative publicity, the Azov Regiment, knew the unique urban geography. So if we look up there at the picture at the top is the Azovstal plant. The Azovstal plant is a 12-kilometer square steel mill, one of the largest steel mills in Europe. And having been rebuilt in the 1950s, the Soviets put underneath it a network of tunnels and shelters capable of housing 40,000 individuals in the case of atomic strikes. Also, the Azovstal plant is surrounded on three sides by water. So in some ways, it is a great natural fortress. Now, the problem is that most of Mariupol's defenders from professional military units didn't know that, except for the National Guard unit, which happened to have recruited a fair number of the steel workers and to have been stationed in Mariupol since 2015, as everything was falling apart, recognized that this unique urban geography and the tunnels in particular offered a good opportunity for defending Mariupol. So as lines collapsed, initially soldiers and junior officers from the Azov Regiment began coalescing around Mariupol. It was actually a captain's decision to set up a command post that turned Mariupol into a hub of the resistance. By March 20th, the General Staff realized that Azov had come up with something that was worth supporting, and they started organizing fairly perilous helicopter trips into Mariupol to deliver weapons and volunteers and to take out wounded. And then gradually the neighboring units near Azovstal started breaking through and coalescing around the steel mill. So, and the Azovstal's defenders, as other units like the Marines broke through, would basically quickly teach the Marines how to use the tunnel systems and how the tunnels connected to the trenches that they dug. And therefore, from this sort of ad hoc beginning, the Azovstal plant ends up becoming the nucleus of a very successful resistance that ultimately holds out 80 days against the Russian siege and inflicts about 6,000 casualties on the Russians, likely contributing heavily to the failure of the Russian drive towards Mykolaiv and Odessa by occupying a substantial proportion of the forces that would have enabled that further push. So that's bottom up. Initiates from low levels, eventually co-opted by high levels of command, and therefore spreads beyond the initial units that initiate it. Our example of horizontal adaptation is something that has been described yesterday, the sort of lightweight and FPV drone revolution. Now, this also has relatively modest beginnings. In 2014, Ukrainian troops are quite taken aback by Russia's use of drones. And in fact, if you look at the 2014 war, most of what is written about the innovative use of drones is actually about the Russians using drones to cue artillery, and which we far overestimated how good they were at that. But this led to demands from Ukrainian units, and particularly volunteer units, for surveillance drones of their own. The standard military chain of command was absolutely unable and uninterested in providing those. So it went to about a half dozen civil society organizations and registered charities that started crowdfunding the money to provide drones. One of the early important organization was Aurora-Zvidka, where our research collaborator Andre is on their board. But they were basically founded by 5 individuals in 2014, 3 IT specialists, a banker, and a teacher. And their first endeavor was crowdfunding a cheap fixed-wing drone that they put a GoPro camera on. They used that for about 3 months. Then by that point, Ukrainian soldiers had told them, we really want something that can hover longer. So at that point, they decided that quadcopters were the way to go. And they raised enough money to source 12 quadcopters through Poland and Lithuania. And then gradually from there, these civil society organizations, almost despite the general staff, equipped Ukrainian units and trained Ukrainian drone operators to a certain degree before the full-scale invasion began in 2022. Then once the full-scale invasion begins in 2022, the drone adaptation curve really takes off. So some units, and very quickly on, in case, you have cases like the column in Kyiv, where heading for Kyiv, where special forces teamed up with some of Aurora-Zvidka's drone operators to use drones to spot the column's movements and therefore mount ambushes. In Hostomel, drones are used to cue artillery. And oftentimes, best practices spread quite quickly. And the 2 mechanisms by which best practices spread are both relatively novel. One is the civil society organization. So multiple units are receiving their drones from the same charities, and they will therefore tell the charity what they're doing in order to use drones effectively, and that charity will then spread that information to other neighboring Ukrainian units. And the second mechanism is social media. Drone operators and units start sending one another videos of their successful use of drones, their modifications to drones, and therefore you have a very rapid diffusion of best practices. So this leads initially to the generalization of using drones to spot for artillery. Then in around May of 2022, some drone units start using drones to drop grenades. That spreads and becomes much more sophisticated, much faster, in that they figure out 3D printer attachments for dropping the grenades. They attach fins to the grenades, and they figure out the best ways of using drones to drop grenades. Then within a few months, we get to things like that. Not only do they decide that quadcopters can drop grenades, but you can take agricultural drones, octocopters and hexacopters, that can drop a lot more grenades. And then as the Russians develop countermeasures that make the ability of these drones to survive one or more missions difficult, the next wave of innovation is the creation of extremely cheap, $500 to $600 a piece, specially built one-way attack drones that are essentially designed to be used for one mission. In parallel with the technology, the tactics and procedures for their use are also being disseminated. But this is really a case where social media, videos, and charitable registered organizations are playing the fundamental role in the diffusion of adaptation. So therefore, what are we saying? Well, first of all, the types of arguments that have been put out recently in foreign affairs to the effect that Russia is top-down and Ukraine is bottom-up when it comes to adaptation are overly simplified. At least in the Ukrainian case, when we really try to characterize the adaptations that have occurred, the Ukrainian adaptations are a fairly balanced mixture of top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal. It's difficult to figure out the relative frequency of these adaptations because of the quality of data that's yet available. And there are certain things that we left off of our adaptation list because at further inquiry, things that originally looked like Ukrainian adaptations actually turned out to have been the result of foreign inputs and technical assistance to Ukraine. I guess the third major conclusion that we came from is every one of the major adaptations that has appeared transformative in this war in some ways had predecessors that went back to the Donbass fighting of 2014, 2015. None of these particular adaptation cycles began ex nihilo on the 24th of February, but rather FPV drones, the creation of a dedicated long-range drone unit, and even the Azov regiment's presence in Azov and its familiarity with the Azovstal plant are all things that can be traced back to 2014, 2015. And I think the most exciting thing is in some ways are these last couple of bullet points that we also discovered that a certain percentage of the Ukrainian adaptations, particularly the development of battlefield apps, can't really be captured in any of the three existing models. And we will go back to that. I will finish with that in the next slide. What we've discovered within the battlefield apps is that oftentimes the development of battlefield apps for Ukraine is developed by civil society organizations that stand outside of the chain of command based on feedback from active units. Now, some of these are partially co-opted by the MOD. For example, Aurora Zvidka, which was created in 2014 as a pure charity registered non-governmental body, had part of its membership given official reserve ranks within the Ukrainian MOD subsequently, and therefore sat prior to the 2022 full-scale war in this sort of halfway house of being both a registered charity that could crowdfund and do things without MOD approval, but also as a hybrid organization with a lot of its key leadership holding double hats as reserve officers in the MOD attached to a specific point. So one almost has some of the most interesting Ukrainian adaptations being developed by this very informal coordination between individual military units at the front, civil society organizations, and parts of the MOD, all of this empowered by social media and new communications technologies. So hopefully this is only the beginning of a lengthy data collection project that will accurately capture and compare how Ukraine and Russia are adapting to the challenges of this war. So thank you, and happy to discuss.
Thank you for this great combination of theory and case studies from the Ukraine. Now we have around 30 minutes panel. Please raise your hands for the questions. Okay, there are one in the back and one on the side, and I will take the first one. You concluded that Ukraine is using all three pathways of adaptation: top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal. But in general, do you see the Ukrainian military adaptation as planned more reactive or proactive by nature in respect to Russian activities and capabilities?
Now that's a very good question. Now, almost by definition, adaptation is reactive, in that adaptation is, in some ways, in distinction to innovation, is an effort to respond to the unexpected challenges of the battlefield. But a lot of the Ukrainian adaptations, I would say, are anticipatory reactive, in that they are looking at problems holistically. If one is thinking about things such as the use of quadcopter drones to drop ordnance, or the use of long-range attack drones, rewiring old 1980s vintage Soviet drones to attack airfields. Those were designed to achieve a certain military advantage and were not necessarily designed in response to a particular Russian capability. So I would say that it's reactive to this in the sense that it's driven by Russia, the perception that Russia is a larger power with greater material resources that it can bring to bear on the battlefield. But it is not reactive in the sense that a lot of the adaptations are looking at the battlefield holistically and asking, what can we do more effectively, rather than here's one particular thing that the Russians are doing to us, how do we counter it?
Thank you. I think we take two first questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Olli Turtiainen from the MOD Finland. So you mentioned both adaptation and also innovation. So could you describe the role of innovation? So is the mixture the same when it comes to innovation than in adaptation? As you described, that the adaptation is like a balanced mix of the three approaches. But how about innovation of something totally new? Thank you.
And let's take the second question also. In the back.
First of all, thank you for extremely interesting presentation. My name is Markus Häyhtiö and I work as a researcher here at the National Defence University. And I have actually two questions. First of all, Ferrell and Terriff and Ferrell 2002 and 2003, and I quote, "Innovation refers to development of new military technologies, tactics, strategies and structures, while adaptation includes the adaptation of existing military means and methods." What is your opinion about this definition and how would you clarify it? And the second question is that Ferrell, in the book of Norms of War, highlights the fact that the culture is the heart of military innovation and fundamentally shapes the ways in which organizations react to technologies and strategic opportunities. Have you researched and what is your opinion about the role of the culture of the organization in a role of A, adaptation, B, innovation? And when I talk about the innovation, I'm talking about incremental innovation, which is a small scale, step-by-step, forward-moving issue. And the third question could be, at how do you see the role of requirements, which is basically based on customer requirements from down to top always? Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. Kristen and Mark, please.
Should I hand off to you for the definition?
Definitions.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, we're going to get into definitions here. All right, so on innovation, one of the problems that the innovation literature has is that it bakes success into the definition of innovation itself. And we wanted to depart from that, and that's why in some ways we focused more broadly on this idea of learning and adaptation, and not necessarily trying to define and earmark things as innovation. So typically in the literature, an innovation is defined as actually changing the way war is fought in some fundamental way or some important way, and also in leading to success, right? It bakes success into the day. It's not an innovation unless it's successful. And that's got some real methodological issues if we think social science-wise of how we study this. It's also difficult in an ongoing war to know what actually is innovative until we have years to reflect on that. And so to sort of think about defining right now which of these instances of learning or new technologies are actually going to be considered innovative in 5 years' time is quite difficult. So we wanted to avoid innovation a little bit for those reasons. I'm not saying it won't be important later down the line, or we won't reclassify some of what we're looking at as innovation. But right now, we didn't want to necessarily dip our toes in that particular definitional minefield. And I would also say when we're defining innovation and adaptation, we're not just focused on technology. So technology is one way to think about that, but you also have tactics, you have ways of doing things, you have organizational structure, doctrine, you can have changes in learning in a lot of different spheres that are not just technology, and we wanted to look more broadly at that. So defining adaptation versus innovation in terms of technology wouldn't help us in those other, right, areas of learning. On Theo Farrell's definition, and all the respect to Theo Farrell, and he's obviously developed a lot of the theory in military adaptation, he tends to define adaptation strictly as a bottom-up process, right? Definitionally, adaptation is bottom-up, and innovation then is more top-down, and we also wanted to get away from that and not kind of bake the mechanism of learning or diffusion into the definition of what is learning. And so we did intentionally depart from his definitions quite a bit, and this is a conversation I've had with Mark, but also other co-authors on other papers of, right, exactly how to kind of get at what an adaptation is without either baking success into the definition or baking the mechanism of learning into the definition, and still provide it some meat. And that's where we have kind of developed this idea of an instance of learning that gets captured by the organization. So it's not just playing around and experimenting, but actually there is some process within the institution or organization that captures that learning, disseminates it, preserves it to relevant units. And that you'd want to see that instance of learning diffuse to the kind of a reasonable number or majority of relevant units before you'd call it organizational learning over like an individual learning in the field or a unit learning.
So I guess I will speak to the issue of Ukrainian military culture or Ukrainian national culture and its impact on how Ukraine does military adaptation. From my perspective, the key characteristic of Ukraine culturally when it comes to these approaches is that Ukraine is either hybrid or schizophrenic or however one wants to define it, but essentially you have two very different cultures that are coexisting. Yeah, Ukraine came out of the Soviet military tradition, which is a general staff system supported by a relatively weak MOD, and equipped by a state-owned defense conglomerate. And all of that, to some degree, still exists today. I mean, one still has a general staff that is relatively important compared to the MOD and relatively centralizing when it comes to developing concepts and doctrines for warfare. And that is still, to some degree, bolstered by a very inefficient state-owned defense conglomerate, Ukkoburanprom. On the other hand, since 2014, Ukraine has had a political leadership and transformation that has been characterized by a high level of horizontal voluntary organization that is fundamentally mistrustful of the efficiency and the mechanisms of the state. So both within the volunteer movement and the civil society elements of that responded to the Russian incursion in the Donbass fighting of 2014-2015, it's a high level of voluntarism, it's a high level of self-organization that all essentially views the general staff as somewhat retrograde. So one has, and both of these things coexist. I mean, the Ukrainian MOD's Office for Defense Reform is very much an institutionalized skeptic of the general staff. So on the one hand, within Ukraine, one has one series of organizations, the general staff, Ukkoburanprom and the like, which are very much oriented towards traditional Soviet-style top-down adaptation, and one has another set of institutions, the volunteer brigades, the territorial units, National Guard units, the NGOs like Come Back Alive, Aurora Zvidka, the Petula Trust, that are all oriented towards rapid adaptation that ignores or circumvents the general staff through horizontal or by empowering bottom-up mechanisms. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why Ukraine has been as successful and why often as it has an adaptation is that it has two fundamentally distinct sets of institutional structures with different logics that are oftentimes both competing to adapt, but in very different ways.
Thank you for these answers. I guess we might take 3 questions. There were a lot of hands. Yes, please.
Dr. Victoria Fedorchak, Swedish Defence University. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation and also your findings. Lots of things pretty much correspond to what is happening on the ground, because there are different ways of adaptations, and obviously what is going on from the general staff is what can be on the strategic operational level. Tactical level requirements, they are being fulfilled by the volunteer activities, so hence you need to distinguish between levels of warfare, the extent of adaptations, and also the extent of demand. So some of the statements for sure, we still have a transition of Ukrainian armed forces after the post-Soviet times, but I wouldn't be going too far with such statements as in competition. There are different demands, there are different levels of gaps that are being fulfilled by various providers of the required equipment, of the required adaptations, innovations, so on and so forth. So I would look into the demand that kind of drives different solutions for the existing demand. We don't really have much time for competition in Ukraine for obvious reasons. Another thing, academically specifically, the sources of innovation. Do you look much into what are the sources of innovation in Ukraine, how it is related to the strategic culture in Ukraine? Not the Soviet one, but distinctive Ukrainian strategic culture, which is something that is missing in the current academic research and something that is currently discussed in the allied environment. So sources and strategic culture as a source for the innovation or a precondition for the innovation in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the gentleman in the center of the auditorium.
Thank you very much. I have 2 short questions, and they are more practical. You told us about UAVs which are coming from Soviet times, Strish-type UAVs. Could you elaborate a little bit more about Ukrainian experience in developing naval Magurov V5 type UAVs and the experiences they have? And the second question is also directed towards the learning process. You mentioned all those three different processes, and there is an experience which looks like right now is very important for Ukraine. I'm talking about the strategic defense line, Surovikin line, which is based on traditional means applied in innovative way, and it's impossible to imply those things horizontally. It's only coming from the top to the down. And right now, as I know, Ukrainians are building so-called Zaluzhny, maybe now Syrsky strategic defense line. Maybe you know something about them gaining and using this experience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I guess there was 4 questions. Next, Christian Mark, please, and the next one goes to the front of the auditorium, please.
Anything you want to?
Do you want to just get
Okay.
into the technical stuff?
Yeah, I'll just. Thank you for the set of questions and comments. So first of all, yeah, I mean, Victoria, I completely agree that competition. Well, I think when I said competition, I mean competition competition between different organizations trying to achieve the same goal is not always destructive. Oftentimes competition can produces actually faster innovation. I mean, if we look at the development of US single-engine fighters during World War II, the Navy and the Air Force were both ordering and trying to define requirements, and ultimately it was the competitive dynamics in terms of defining what it makes for successful fighter aviation that arguably made both and made the US's aircraft production programs more efficient. So having multiple institutions that are maybe attempting to do some things in parallel can oftentimes actually accelerate adaptation as opposed to detract from it. So I guess that would be my thought with competition. I'm happy to go into the details over coffee in terms of just trying to discuss particular types. Now, going to the question about the unique aspects of Ukrainian society, I think that is actually what our research has very much highlighted, particularly when it comes to both horizontal adaptation as well as what we've that sort of fourth missing category of sort of civil society enabled adaptation. What we're seeing with Ukraine is both the combination of a very horizontal and self-organizing society taking those characteristics to war in the first prolonged conventional war during which social media and digital connectivity exists. And that's producing some really remarkable results. Digital connectivity and social media shrinks the distance between front and rear, and it makes it possible for individuals at the front to talk to UAV operations workshops behind the lines and immediately sort of try to troubleshoot problems that they're facing in the operational environment. And this has fostered a sort of networked infrastructure of 200 or so relatively small and medium-sized UAV workshops that are operating very much as a flexible adaptation laboratory for frontline units. And the horizontalness of Ukrainian society then helps the diffusion of best practices. So I think that this war is very much showing the strengths of Ukrainian society. And I would say that I don't think that the general staff infrastructure is entirely evolved in pace with that, but it's showing the strengths of Ukrainian society and its ability to adapt in a tremendously creative way. If we're getting to naval drones, I think that's a fascinating topic. It is also a topic where one can say that competition has accelerated adaptation in a way. There are multiple USV manufacturers, some of whom are aligned with Naval Special Forces, some of whom are collaborating with the GRU, and some of whom are collaborating with the Blue Water Navy. And it's in some ways that competitive dynamics in terms of trying to figure out the best ways of using asymmetric technology to hurt the Russians in the Black Sea that I think is leading to a lot of what we're seeing. I'm happy to talk very much more about that over coffee, but there's only so much I can say because it remains a relatively murky and somewhat classified topic, exactly what's going on in the Black Sea.
Just to add a couple thoughts. I think, Victoria, this idea of thinking about how these different mechanisms of learning are mapping on to the different levels, tactical, operational, strategic, is really interesting. And to see, because we do know historically that sometimes what looks like a bottom-up, small tactical adaptation over time can actually have big operational or strategic effects, but not always, right? And so to think about that, are there patterns, and we'd have to have more comprehensive data, but are there patterns about what kind of learning addresses issues or best addresses issues at different levels is really interesting. I don't think we have the comprehensive data to really think about that yet, or to really know the full effects of some of these learning moments yet. Also, after listening and hearing yesterday about the Russian case of FPV drones and how they're attempting now to mimic some of the Ukrainian adaptations in this space, I think that would be a really interesting comparative case study to draw out strategic and organizational culture, because you're getting both systems trying to do the same thing, and even the Russians seem to be trying to do it in the same way. I'm going to use air quotes here because I highly doubt it looks the same. And to really be able to draw that out, I think we might, in the comparison, be able to get at some of the strategic culture issues. It's really difficult to understand the effects of the culture of an organization if you're just analyzing that one organization. It's really in the comparative dimension that you'd be able to flesh out what the differences are or what in the culture is driving different outcomes.
Thank you very much. There was at least 2 questions or comments in the front rows. Please use the microphone.
Thank you so much for this fascinating presentation. It was really insightful for me. I have a question about the role of civil society organizations. How would you assess the role of volunteers and civil society organizations coming from the Maidan that are embedded within the MOD to foster reforms, good practices and adaptation, and prevent corruption in public procurement? And do you think that they were successful in pushing their agenda before the full-scale invasion and since then? Thank you.
Was there another question? Okay, I think Christian Mark, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Celine, for that great question. I would say that it's a question of glass half full or glass half empty. If one looks at how Ukraine has performed in this war, I would say that the role of the civil society organizations since Maidan, both within and outside of the MOD, National Guard units, all of the various mechanisms whereby they integrated with the policymaking process, is overwhelmingly positive. If, in my many interactions and collaborations with the individuals from these organizations, they will tell me when a certain amount of alcohol has been flowing that they did not, that they did not succeed to the level that they would have liked when it came to transparency, when it came to greater levels of civilian control over the armed forces. Certainly the reform of Ukoboronprom was something that essentially until commissions, the current Minister of Strategic Industry replaced the CEO of Ukoboronprom with I think 31-year-old. They saw those prior reform efforts as half-baked. So on the one hand, if one looks at what did they achieve in terms of generalizing the use of drones, shining a light on inefficiencies within the Ukrainian military, successfully obliging more contracts to be publicized and greater transparency around the management of the MOD, and then fostering the adoption of things like Delta, Kropiva, all of these remarkably successful battlefield apps, one would have to say that what they've achieved since 2014, 2015 is monumental. Is it everything they wanted to achieve? No. But they won't tell you that publicly as long as the war is going on.
But it is monumental what they've achieved, actually, in my humble opinion. Having, in grad school, taken a flight of fancy in a class and worked on a paper on corruption in Kentucky coal counties in the United States, and it's still a rampant problem. So if we think about where the starting point was and where we've come in such a short period of time, I think that is a monumental achievement.
Thank you. I think we have still time for one brief question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I found the horizontal really fascinating. I think this is the game changer, maybe one of them coming from Ukraine. And now I'm thinking about my colleagues from CIMIC, because I think this is one of the key points for the future, to think how coordinate, because this can bring many benefits. But in some way, we need a civil-military interaction or coordination in order to use the resources in the best way, and not to maybe take conflicting directions. So I think that we have to elaborate this for the future. How do you see the future of this horizontal, collaboration between the military and the civilian? Thank you.
Let me say, I can't agree more. I think that horizontal collaboration and the way in which, we see episodic examples of horizontal collaboration in the past. Some of the ways in which the Israelis reacted in 1973 to strategic surprise and were able to get civilian industry helping weld mortars and extra machine guns on tanks in a very short period of time. But the role in which new information technology, signal, telegram, videos, smartphones, are playing and enabling that and really shrinking that distance between the front and the rear, I think is absolutely transformative. And it is also something that if we are entering an era of accelerated great power competition and the likelihood of major war is increasing, it is potentially one of the few major advantages that more open and more pluralistic democracies have over authoritarian states. Because in order to do that type of horizontal adaptation, you have to be willing to enable your population to talk to one another, to coordinate, to talk about what's not going well on the battlefield, to seek solutions outside of the established chain of command. And that's something that Russia or China have a lot of difficulty doing. But it is something that the Ukrainians have shown us that a pluralistic democracy can do. And if any of you have large research budgets, I would say let's organize a very well-resourced project digging into depth in exactly how do these pathways of communication and pathways of adaptation function in Ukraine, and how might they be applied to other countries that may be facing similar challenges in the future.
I would only add that we also have to be a little bit cautious in extracting lessons learned because of the particular context in which this war is being fought, that this was an invasion by a foreign power, and it's a fight for national survival, and the citizens of Ukraine are on the front. They're in the battle zones. So there's a level of interaction which NATO and NATO countries may not expect to have if they're deploying a force into a foreign space, where some of what we're seeing in Ukraine is just not going to happen. And so we're talking about a slightly different civil-military coordination issue. So we've got to be a bit careful, but that's not to say there aren't lessons that we can draw out.
So it is something that is probably achievable by pluralistic democracies that are facing an existential threat. So that may be Taiwan, that may be the Baltic states or Poland in a number of years. That's not the US and the UK in Iraq or Afghanistan, but it is a type of military advantage that advanced industrial democracies facing an existential challenge can potentially leverage.
Thank you for these questions and comments, and especially thanks Doctors Mark de Boer and Kristen Harkness. And we will continue at 10 a.m. in parallel sessions here in Auditorium Itälinnake and upstairs in classroom Riviera. Please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to session number 7. I'm Associate Professor Major Juha Kukkola and I'm moderator of this session. The subject of this session and the next one in this room is lessons learned. So, what lessons has Russia learned from the war in Ukraine, what it has not learned, what kind of adaptation we can see in Russia's actions, to what kind of processes adaptation of Russian military forces is going through. Is there going to be some kind of reform in the future? And most of all, what can we learn from Russia's adaptation and lessons learned? In this session, we have 2 excellent speakers, each of which will have a 30 minutes time to give his or her speech, and then we have a 30-minute panel discussion when the audience can ask questions. So let me introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is Dr. Tracy Sherman. She is a professor of conflict and security in the Defence Studies Department at King's College London. Her research focuses on Russian foreign and security policies, particularly Russia's use of force, and how its neighbors have responded, as well as Russian strategic culture and military thought. And without more words, Tracy, please, the floor is yours.
Compromise. Okay. See, this is what happens. I was told needed to do slides. I did some slides. Computer doesn't like them. Let's see. Does he help me? Shows that it's a bit of a corrupt file.
just vaan niitä. Let's see now. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. So use the arrow keys. All right. Okay. Brief technical interlude over. So my title, Learning Lessons, Institutional Structures and Processes Within the Russian Military. Well done for turning up. I went back to this title and went, whew, I'm quite tired looking at that. Actually, what I'm really talking about is how the Russian military learns from operational experience, focusing on the institutional structures and processes within the Russian military. And what this project, which is an ongoing research project that I'm working on now, came out of was research I did for a recent book that I published on Russian views of future war and the changing character of conflict. And I noticed during the research for that an awful lot of Russian military thinking was being shaped by their observation of adversaries, by watching in particular Western states, the US and its allies, and observing how they have operated militarily since the 1990s, and from that, drawing lessons, seeking to emulate and adapt. And these kind of shifts that we could potentially identify from theory to practice. And one very good example that I think that I came across was Agarkov's observations in the 1980s, looking at US development of precision strike, and arguing that this was a way of the US in particular seeking to shift the strategic balance, undermine, at that point, the USSR's nuclear weapons, and to kind of undermine strategic parity. And that this was the future of warfare. And we saw from the 80s, Agarkov's observations, moving into Slipchenko's sixth generation warfare in the 1990s, based again on the observation of Western interventions, Gulf War I, Operation Allied Force, NATO's Operation Allied Force, this focus on precision strikes, standoff forces, not putting boots on the ground unless really necessary. And culminating in 2015 with that first Kaliber launch from the Caspian into Syria. And so this kind of shift from theory to practice. And I was reading this, looking at it, thinking this is really an interesting kind of approach. Can we take this further? Can we look at how the Russian military learns? Now, I think there are some problems. We were talking yesterday about methodological challenges, particularly at the moment in terms of researching Russian military issues. But I think it is still nevertheless important to try and look at what they're thinking about and what they're talking about, and whether we can see that being translated into behaviour. I love this, and we have learnt this. I think it's a quote that has really come back to haunt them in 2022 onwards. Yes, perhaps they had learnt to fight in a new way in Syria, as something that they portrayed as a kind of non-contact, Western style operation that very heavily reliant on, for example, proxy forces and expeditionary, as they characterized it. But in the process, did they forget how to fight the kind of high-intensity conventional wars
of both the 20th century and what we're seeing now in Ukraine. And I think this kind of apparent unlearning that we've seen is surprising because of the huge amount of intellectual horsepower that the Russians expend on trying to understand the character of conflict, how wars are fought, and what can be learnt by the Russian military. And I think, you know, for me, as I said, this really raises the question of how the Russian military learns. Is it an effective learning organization? The previous panel was talking about learning organizations, different ways of learning, top-down, bottom-up, and horizontal. And I think when we look at Russia, one of the conclusions I've come to, or I'm generally coming to in this research, is obviously this is very top-down learning that goes on. But this notion of learning lessons, not just structures and processes, different tools, different mindsets needed, but really what we mean by learning lessons is to, you know, use your experience to reduce the risk of encountering the same problem and increase the chances that successes are repeated, okay? Now, that suggests potentially a very linear process in terms of learning. And I think what we can see both from the Russian example, but also the literature on learning, is that it can be a pendular cycle. Andrew Bennett, in his study of Soviet and actually Russian interventions in the 80s and the 90s, talked about the pendular cycle of learning and then unlearning and forgetting, and largely, I think, a function of the lack of institutional memory. And we've seen very, very clear examples of this. For example, in Chechnya, where we saw in 1994, the Russian military appeared to demonstrate a complete disregard for the lessons that they had learnt, the Soviet forces had learnt in Afghanistan about fighting a counterinsurgency force and what you needed to do for counterinsurgency. Now, we did then see adaptation of tactics on the battlefield in the short term, but again failed to remember these lessons that they had learnt in 94 to 96 when they went back in 1999. Not just about counterinsurgency, but also urban combat. Completely kind of forgotten everything that they had learned. And it's something that has been continued in the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. There was a very interesting article published by Michal Hodorenyuk here. This was published a couple of weeks before the invasion, looking at a potential Russian operation in Ukraine. And he is a former colonel within the General Staff's main military operations directorate. And he accused kind of the brains within the military organization and military experts of what he termed hat-throwing fantasies about potential Russian operations in Ukraine that completely ignored lessons that had been learnt in operations that the Russian military and obviously the Soviet military had been involved in over the last few decades, be that Afghanistan, Chechnya, Georgia. And he pointed in particular to the kind of failure to take into account air supremacy, the need for dominance of the air, and the fact that it was very clear from Afghanistan, Chechnya, Georgia, that Russia failed to secure dominance of the air prior to intervening. Now, this piece was being written before the invasion, okay? And he also pointed to problems in terms of urban warfare that might occur. Okay, you could say that's pre-invasion. All right, fine. They ignored these lessons. What happened when they actually went in? We talked yesterday about implicit criticisms, indirect criticisms. And there was a very interesting article in the Russian military press in April 2022 entitled "Unlearned Lessons from the Finnish Campaign." ostensibly just an analysis of a bit of military history here, just happening to look back at the campaign, Soviet campaign against Finland, 1939-1940. But the lessons that this author kind of pulled out were very, very salient, and you could argue this implicit criticism of failures by the Russian forces in Ukraine. So underestimating your adversary's will to resist, for example, expecting your adversary to fold if you, put a huge show of force on their borders. And I think this sense of Bennett's pendular cycle of learning and unlearning really comes through very, very strongly in both the military literature, the theoretical literature, but also the actions that we see. These tactical adaptations, operational adaptations, but the brains actually seems to kind of forget this lack of institutional memory. So what are the institutions then, and the processes? This, as I said, is ongoing research. And so what I'm going to focus on is where I've got to at the moment. And it's really kind of focused on the General Staff and its Centre for Military Strategic Studies. Because from everything that I've done so far, and I'd be very interested to hear thoughts from the audience, it strikes me that as a very top-down organisation, it is the General Staff that is charged with preparing the Russian armed forces for future wars and for pulling out lessons from operational experience. It's, Shaposhnikov's so-called brains of the army, that famous the volume that he wrote. This sense of, okay, so if the General Staff is the brains, that is going to impact every other function below it. Without your brain functioning correctly, your limbs are not going to do what you want. And I think that is why, I focus particularly on the General Staff and looking at the structures and processes both within it and kind of informally that it is involved in. I think one of the informal and interesting processes here are the debates that go on in Vaino Misl about key issues, topics of the day. And you do see some quite wide-ranging debates. And what is interesting at the moment, over the last year, just under a year, probably the last 10 months, we're beginning to see a small number of articles appearing, pulling out specific lessons from the war in Ukraine, the special military operation, focused on kind of less contentious issues, the ones I've seen, so the role of communications, signals troops in the SVO, air power, that's been an interesting one, urban warfare, but that's the one on urban warfare was positioned as a US lessons one, and support for veterans of the SVO. And so I think those more informal debates within the General Staff kind of journal are an interesting way that they kind of initially attempt to identify lessons. And then the more formal structures. And as I said, the General Staff itself, preparing the Russian armed forces for war, applying military science in an attempt to kind of bring some kind of certainty and predictability to war, a very uncertain and unpredictable event, and I think that is potentially problematic. And there is this very long history of military theorists, practitioners within General Staff, analysing Soviet and foreign military experience to draw lessons from these interventions, be it, First World War, Civil War, Spanish Civil War as well, as of course the experience from the Great Patriotic War. I've put this this directive up here from November 1942, which inaugurated the system and mechanisms actually for collecting, analysing experience that the Soviets facing in the Great Patriotic War, and then pulling out that experience and disseminating it to troops on the front line, and making adjustments in force structures, for example, pushing forwards developments in tactical, operational techniques, etc. And I think what is interesting about this directive is from 1942, it remained in place throughout the Soviet period. It was used to analyse throughout the Soviet period the experience of foreign militaries and of course the Soviets themselves, such as in Afghanistan. So that is really the foundation for where we're at today. And this Centre for Military Strategic Studies set up in the late 1980s, and it's positioned at the intersection of theory and practice, to use, you know, the language and the terms of one of their former leaders, Sergei Chekhanov, who, those of you who follow kind of military theoretical debates in Russia, Chekhanov and Bogdanov, again, who was another head of this centre, came up with this concept of new generation warfare. And I think this sense that the centre has been set up to specifically kind of look at and make generalisations about kind of the foreign and domestic experience of conflict and war, and pull lessons from them into, you know, practice and help the Russian armed forces seek to adapt and change. What's interesting about this centre, and something I think as we're moving forwards, what is very interesting is that it's not just a research establishment. This is also about training up future generations of military scientists. It awards PhDs, for example. And we were talking about strategic culture yesterday, and this notion of socialising the next generation of military theorists, military thinkers within Russia, within the Russian armed forces, and shaping how they are thinking about war and conflict moving forwards, which I think this kind of sense of continuity is an interesting and kind of something I want to explore further moving forwards as we look at how they potentially analyse. So when we kind of talk about the learning lessons and how they learn, clearly there is this ability to learn and adapt under fire, what we were talking about earlier with regards to Ukraine, this sense of battlefield adaptation. But, and this is where my research is, you know, still very much ongoing and in the process of developing. So what are the challenges here? There are some real problems, I think, with the Russian approach. And I'm trying to pin down how we can kind of evidence and source some of these things. But from what I can see, a lot of the problems with this lessons learnt process is that they're preparing to fight the last war. It's all very well drawing lessons from your own experience and the experience of others, but that's in the past. How do you adapt to fighting the future wars without kind of straying into realms of prediction? It's very, very difficult. But for me, the key challenge and the key problem here is the top-down nature of the process. Obviously reflective of the political system and the culture of the organisation, the Russian military. One of the key kind of indicators on the key aspects of learning within an organisation and whether learning is going to occur is the culture. Is this an organisation that has a positive attitude towards failure? Does it let you fail to kind of learn from those lessons? How does it react to failure? Clearly, within the Russian organisation, failure, this is not there's no positive attitude towards failure. Does this organisation encourage creativity? Does it encourage independent thinking, innovation? Everything I think that I've seen so far suggests that this is absolutely not the case, that the very top-down nature suggests that innovation, creative thinking are stifled. And just a kind of anecdotal example here, Putin speaking in December 2022 at a collegium of the MOD that was held at the National Defence Management Centre. And he was talking about the fact that clearly they were kind of needing to adapt and learn some lessons from their current operational experience, and that those at the top, the generals, really needed to be pulling this information out and pushing it to the front lines and adapting, suggesting very much, you know, Putin, the leader, saying we need to make these changes. We don't know what they are yet, but focused on, oh gosh, command and control. And he was focused on some very specific areas, but not the sense that they were listening from the bottom up, that they were kind of going out and asking those on the front line on what lessons. And this sense that for a bottom-up learning organisation, particularly in an organisation, a hierarchical organisation such as the military, to go to the bottom, the units on the front line, and say, so what lessons do you think we could pass up through the chain of command? If there is a lack of trust in the system, you know, your career might be on the line, we're not going to see it. And I think some of these lessons appear to be coming out in the Russian example. There's also this kind of sense of process for the sake of process. And is the Russian case really an example? Yeah, we have these structures, we have these processes, but actually when it comes to the practice, there's a huge leap, there's a huge gap. Sometimes we make we make adaptations and change, but sometimes we don't. But we have a process. We have these guys at the top coming up with great ideas and thinking. Problematic, as is this concept of confirmation bias. And I think we can actually see confirmation bias potentially in sixth generation warfare, and Slivchenko looking at Agarkov and going, well, he was talking about the key role of precision-guided munitions, how they were the future of warfare, and you know how we would potentially be able to not put boots on the ground. We can just mass troops on the border. This threat of undermining an adversary, overwhelming them, and then targeting, if necessary, their economic centres, their key military centres. If we do that, will that work? And I think Slivchenko potentially saw what was happening in the Gulf War, first Gulf War, and in Serbia, Operation Allied Force, and this sense of that just confirmed what he was looking for. And moving on there, this sense of confirmation bias and groupthink. If you look particularly within the General Staff, their Centre for Military Strategic Research, it's not a diverse group. And I think there is a tendency of groupthink here, this sense that individuals are focused on very specific areas that are of interest and that resonate with them, and there are no incentives for others to challenge them, and you know, innovation, creativity stifled. And obviously this importance of institutional memory. Now these are all kind of problems and challenges that I've identified at the moment that I'm still seeking to find specific evidence for, but I think ones that, as we look at potentially how Russia learns and is learning in Ukraine, things that we really have to bear in mind about the organisation and how the Russian military itself learns. And my final point here is that the fact that the next generation of thinkers coming up is being socialised into a very specific way of doing things also, I think, means that we may well see a continuation of some of these approaches. I look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chairman. And the next speaker is Dr. Dumitru Minsarare. He is a lecturer in security studies at the Department of Strategic and Political Studies, Baltic Defence College. Prior to this, Dumitru was a research associate with the Eastern Europe and Eurasian Division, Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik in Berlin. Dumitru also had tenures both as fellow and visiting scholar with the research division of the NATO Defense College in Rome. So, Dr. Minsarari, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to the Finnish National Defence University for having me this year as well. Now, you may see that the title of my presentation is slightly different. So I take the blame for this last moment adaptation. The host are not, to be blamed for that. Also, I have to say that this is a research in progress. So my observations are preliminary. However, the evidence that I've seen so far seems to corroborate those observations. This is the agenda for today, and I hope to be able to cover everything that I plan during the 30 minutes that I have. If I run out of time, I'll probably jump over a few slides, obviously. So I'd like to start from a statement by Alexander Goltz in 2015, where he talked about how the invasion or the war in Ukraine at the time, it was not a full-scale invasion, but how that has, in a way, ruined the Russian military reform. And I'd like to start with challenging this opinion and have a sort of a short excursion through Russian experience in Ukraine. So in Crimea, we have seen that Ukraine basically started with this peculiar experience where the Ukrainian forces have not opposed the Russian indirect invasion or covert invasion with the Green Man, where they blocked the military units and so on. And then, several years later, you had a totally different type of experience with a very heavy losses by the by the Russian side. Now, some people would say that this is was a manifestation, an example of Russian military incompetence. Now, I look at the same data points as some of the previous speakers, including yesterday, but I tend to somewhat have a different interpretation and derive somewhat different conclusions. I mean, one way to explain that different type of experience, we know that not only policymakers, researchers as well, they use a lot what we call as historical analogy. So you do look at experiences in the past, both yours and others, to make educated inferences about how you have to optimize your different policies. So you cannot blame the Russians for doing the same thing, given their early experience when the Ukrainian military did not oppose the Russian invasion. However, and you can see that how the Russian troops have been adapting, improvising to the conditions on the battlefield when already following the initial bad experience in February 2022 and later a few months, you have them basically building the so-called Surovkin line and other fortifications, which today the analysts talk about being quite effective in holding the Ukrainian counteroffensive initially, and now having kind of stabilized the front line. And a very interesting and useful analysis by Stephen Biddle was recently published in Foreign Affairs, which I have it on the screen, and he discusses why the defense in depth that Russians have established is difficult to break through by any military power. That just suggests that given the Russian experience they have conducted again this historical analogy, they looked at the mistakes and they tried to basically fix the mistakes that they have made in the past. They try to respond optimally to changing conditions on the ground. I'd like to use the following theoretical framework for my analysis. So when talking about the how the Russian experience in Ukraine earlier, before 2022 and after 2022, how it has affected the Russian efforts to modernize, to conduct a military reform, to learn and implement those lessons in organizing their armed forces and planning for future operations. I rely on basically what researchers talk about, refer to as some of them military innovation, and I use the Horowitz and Pindyck definition that think about military innovation as changes in the conduct of warfare designed to increase the ability of a military community to generate power. The reason I believe this definition is useful is because different militaries, they have different starting conditions. And those conditions are affected by different dynamic battle space, which also is different from conflict to conflict and evolves. So therefore, an innovation would have to basically to aggregate those to your own abilities and the condition that you operate in order to optimize your actions. They might not be something very high tech, but they had to be kind of directed towards achieving success. And here in the next slide, I'm trying to somewhat further conceptualize that, where you have this pyramid on the slide with the a variable is the changing conditions of war. So think about the battle space, and then another variable that interacts with that one is a state political and economic endowment. Think about this way, that Russians might want to use a way of fighting that US has been practicing with long-range, high-precision missiles. If they had those missiles, right? But if they don't have enough or don't have at all, then they would have to think, under the conditions of the battlefield, with their limitations and capacities, with their endowment, how they can achieve victory or success. And here, where the military innovation and adaptation capacity comes into play by looking at those two conditions, how they overlap. And that, in turn, that, in my understanding, drives the military reform. So battlefield conditions were changing character of war. That is what demands creates demands for reform or change in your armed forces. And then you have your own economic, political, military limitations, which in the Russian case, for instance, and I'm going to talk about this further down the line, how they went back to the massive firepower, numerical superiority, kind of a World War II type of warfighting. But under those particular conditions, given the Russians' endowment, there was an optimal way to operate. So therefore, I use basically Russian military adaptation in Ukraine as an indicator to provide insights about how the Russian military form is going to develop further down the line. Some of other theoretical, some more theoretical background. I see the conduct of war, or the Russian war in Ukraine, as being a signaling device, which help us understand, based on the observed changes that the Russians made in their, for structure, equipment, operation, how is going to develop down the line. And at the, at the foundation of this idea, I mean, if you want to see more about the so-called signaling theory, I refer you to Gartsky et al. An article in 2017 where they explain how costly actions by actors in their foreign policy, how they can reveal the credible intent or behavior in the future. Furthermore, when talking about military innovation, I think it is useful to think about two variables that Horowitz proposed. One is financial intensity, another one is the organizational capital. This is going to be important when I discuss and interpret the Russian actions following its experience in Ukraine. Now, let's look a little bit at the Russian military adaptation during its combat experience in Ukraine. Here are two examples of articles that criticized the way Russian fought, and in particular, see the article to the left, which has over 70,000 views, where it is a very useful, insightful assessment of the Russian initial invasion of Ukraine. And I mean, reading them, many of us would tend to agree with a lot of those conclusions. However, as I said earlier, that I tend to look at the same data points, but try to derive a slightly different set of insights. When we look today, I mean, we can say, okay, Russia was incompetent, but when we look today, we see that Russia has shown quite a considerable adaptive capacity, right? So even when they failed to achieve the initial objective at the start of the war, which was decapitation, they withdrew and they regrouped and repositioned. Another example is that Russians switched to strategic bombing, targeting both civilian and civilian in critical infrastructure, aiming to coerce the leadership, but also to put pressure both directly and indirectly through the population into making concessions. And that they were not happy with the outcome, and you can see some other adaptive behavior. For instance, I already talked about the transitioning to a defense-in-depth strategy that was successful in hindering the Ukrainian counter-offensive. Another example is less related to adaptation, but more to Russian understanding of the condition on the ground and Russian different preferences, let's say political preferences, but also ability to withstand different types of costs than the West, right? So if you remember the massacres in Irpin, in Bucha and other places was criticized, describing or interpreting is the inability of Russian military to control its troops and so on. Even though, I mean, later on we learned that this was a strategic decision by the Russian command to conduct, to use this high-level violence against the locals, and some of them were basically reservist or local resistance against the Russians. However, if we look at, there is some newer research that talks how repression in counterinsurgencies is effective, but it shouldn't be done in moderation. If it's a very high intensity repression and violence, then it tends to be successful. However, the drawback is that the perpetrator has to suffer very significant costs for democracies that's both domestic and international. And not many countries can do that, as US and NATO experience in Afghanistan has shown. They were unable to do that. However, because Russia has a different cost structure, different incentive structure, they were able to absorb this kind of cost. And I would like to argue that the lack of an organized, resistance in the territories controlled by the Russia, to a large extent, can be attributed to the significant violence against local resistance, to other counter-insurgency strategies that they use, such as resettlement of different population. And there is here an example of another article that studied Russian experience in resettling Ukraine after the World War II, the rebels, anti-Soviet rebels in Ukraine after World War II. Some other more recent examples of adaptation is how the Russians have improved their counter-drone strategy, including through electronic warfare, or how they have improved their protection of armored vehicles from top attack missiles. And referring back to some of the presenters earlier, it's an interesting example because that adaptation came from the troops. It was a kind of a bottom-up adaptation, but then the command has used this experience to apply across the troops. So you see how a bottom-up adaptation triggered a top-down adaptation that has been effective in countering a particular threat. So therefore, I would like to claim that when we judge Russian military actions as being optimal or suboptimal, I think we have to not to judge them by the Western standards, values and limitations, political and economic. Instead, I think we have to assess Russian behavior and action based on a different calculation of optimality. So I already mentioned how they can absorb different political costs to a better extent than the West does, how it has a scarcity in technology comparing to the West, but it has a abundance in the human factor, right? And by abundance, I don't necessarily mean that it has more population than Europe or US, but relative, for instance, to Ukraine, it has more population. Also, being a very repressive regime, the human life is not very, it doesn't cost very much in Russia. So you have basically, from the perspective of the Russian planners, leaders, that's a cheap factor of production that they can, in their view, it's a comparative advantage in that particular interaction, the war against the Ukrainians. Now, because Russia, being a coercive regime, and is able to mobilize resources effectively, they can actually have a high mobilization effectiveness. And I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit later. So therefore, in order to accurately assess Russian behavior, the ability to adopt and how those observed actions, how they can inform our understanding of the future Russian military form, we have to consider the different political, economic, and military endowment that Russia has in comparison to the West. Now, if you remember, at the beginning of the Russian invasion, 2022, the overt invasion, that later on everybody criticized that Russia failed to understand that Ukrainians will effectively oppose them militarily. If you go back and in the first days of the invasion, you can see across Western Europe and US top experts, both governmental and outside of the public sector, there was a very strong voice, unified voice, saying that Kiev is going to be conquered very soon, that Ukraine will not be able to resist Russian invasion. So, if we believe that Russia was incompetent by, conducting this sort of spread invasion at the beginning of 2022, then we have to think that all those top Western experts are also incompetent. The reality is that they are not. They were operating on on specific assumptions about Ukraine's ability to resist an invasion, which was informed by what they have observed about Ukraine earlier, right? So therefore, looking at this campaign, we can also say that, okay, that Russia attempted this decapitation attack against Ukraine at early 2022 based on its early experience, previous Soviet experience in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, which were successful. So you do have some attempts to plan operations based on the previous practices. And here, I like very much, an observation by Michael Kaufman. He has a talk at Georgetown in 2019, where he basically talks how Russia has historically, traditionally, has been very good at operational innovation at art, has been decent in strategic planning, but has typically have been very weak tactically, especially when facing tactically more advanced opponents. And that has been true across the different combat interactions that Moscow had historically. And if you use that particular observation, you can explain the failure of the invasion, not necessarily due to general incompetence, weakness of the Russian capabilities. And this is important to keep in mind, because Kaufman as well, he suggests that actually in long term, countries that are tactically weak but operational and strategic are strong, they tend actually to win the war. They may fail initially, but in long term they tend to win their wars. So I think it is useful to keep that in mind when we observe and assess Russian action in Ukraine. So therefore, I see this, the Russian experience in Ukraine as in a way, as a revelation on how Russian military reform efforts can develop. And we already see some indications about that. So some preliminary announcements made by the Russian senior military leadership earlier before the 22 invasion and later in 2023 are talking about how Russia understood that its earlier efforts to use the battalion tactical groups are not very useful, and it's switching back to mass forces, to bigger units, to divisions. I think Clint gave some details. I'm going to give some as well. But you do see that at least, so this is an intention that the Russian leadership expressed. Now, it may be implemented successfully or not, right? And the ability of Russia to implement that and the resources they invest to implement, that would be this costly signaling suggesting that this is indeed the path that Russia is going to take. And it's not only, a statement by the Russian Minister of Defense to scare the West, about the poor perspective of Ukrainians to defend against Russia. For instance, some other, interesting insights is how they rejected over-reliance on precision strikes. Instead, they moved towards a firepower-heavy army that aims at a area effect fire. Those are some of the details with different types of units, establishing new divisions of ground forces, but also in kind of a shifting from the battalion tactical group brigade level towards the division level for a number of units. What is important is the Russian intention to increase their overall armed forces to 1.5 million. And we can be skeptical about how successful Russia is going to be in this regard, but when we observe how Russia does it and how much resources it invests into conducting this kind of reform, I think that should be illustrative about the potential success of Russia to do that. Now, another important point to see is to understand, okay, so if we think that those, X, Y, and Z are the steps that Russia is going to make in its ongoing military reform, then we have to think, okay, so let's consider what type of force is going to come out of this reform and say, okay, what is likely to be driving this decision, this need for this particular force? Because any kind of reform, right, it has a strategic vision besides it that drives it, and it's supposed to help the actor implement that strategic vision. Now, the mobile brigades and the battalion tactical groups that form them, they have been useful for small wars. And Russia had it in its doctrines before the invasion of Ukraine. They talked about how they were focusing on the potential to win some local, regional small wars. So that's kind of what has driven them copying the Western experience. However, if you want to conquer first and control large pieces of territory, then this structure is not that effective. But the biggest, the Soviet type of structure, divisions and so on, it is more useful, more effective in controlling territory. And coupled with the Russian decision to create the Moscow military district and Leningrad military district instead of the current Western military district, and the decision how they're going to distribute some of the new divisions. And the Minister of Defense pointed out that some of those mechanized infantry divisions and artillery divisions are going to be deployed in the territory that is conquered in Ukraine. Then you can see that they do envisage to use them for control over the territory. Now, let's look at the Russian intention, how credible it is for them to conduct military constitution in terms of both kind of building back the troops lost in Ukraine, but also increasing the size of their military to 1.5 million. So in parallel with that decision to increase the size of the military, the Russian government also is increasing the military recruitment age from the 1827 age range to 1830, starting with January 24 this year, right? And here you have a Russian population pyramid that suggests that this decision actually increases the recruitment pool for the Russian military with about 2.7 million. People. Now, obviously, they're not going to recruit this whole pool, but there is a resource from which they can draw personnel for the military. Some other areas that could help the Russian military constitution. So, for instance, military industry has been criticized in Russia for being ineffective, being corrupt, kind of attracting a lot of money but delivering little. But again, let's look at the Russian condition, right? So a lot of those funding that was provided to the military industrial complex was basically part of it was being given as a rent provision with the rent provision intent. Russia as a state, it is based on those kleptocratic practices where, going back to Bruce Bernard de Mesquita et al., logic of political survival, for a regime to survive, it has to have the support of selectorate, so it has to provide public goods to them, and then there is less private goods. That's kind of the theoretical background, right? And then Russia, the Russian leadership, in order to attract the support of different important actors in the Russian polity, military security apparatus, needs to pay them those rents. And the ineffectiveness of the military industry, and in particular, most important, the fact that the Russian government closed their eyes or turned a blind eye to this ineffectiveness, reveals that rent-seeking function. However, in terms of when it is needed, the Russian government can actually force the military industrial complex to work, very different fashion that it would work in the West, or that the private companies would do that, right? It can basically decrease the payment for those big companies and say, okay, so for the next half a year, you're going to get only 30% of what you pay in the past, that you have to deliver the same thing. Also, those companies are not limited, do not face the same limitations that Western companies. They don't have to, pay attention to intellectual property rights. To the contrary, the Russian intelligence may go and steal, technologies in the West, bring them back and implement them, and also the coercive nature of the Russian government can, for instance, use the oligarchs can force them to pay back some of the money they accumulated to the state and support the state's ability to fund the military campaign. So those are, in a way, are some of the advantages of the political system like Russia. I mean, of course, there are challenges. The main question is to what extent Russia is going to be able to do that. And there have been a number of analyses that suggest that, over the next couple of years, Russia is actually going to be able to conduct this type of innovation, having enough financial capacity, but also organizational capacity. I think the most recent one, Russia's Jack Watling talked about the Russian industrial ability to support the war efforts for the next 1-2 years. So going back and summarizing, even though that success is not guaranteed for those Russian initiatives in terms of conducting reforms, because of the strong vertical of power and coercive capacity, the likelihood for success is quite significant. Even though financial and political limitations that Russia faces are significant, but due to the Russian political system, for instance, the state, in the choice between guns and butter, can choose for more guns, and due to its coercive ability, the population is not going to be able to effectively penalize the government, right? They cannot vote out the current government, vote them out of office after 4 years, and so on. So Russia can effectively transition to war economy, and I already referred to one potential scenario, having the oligarchs contribute to the state's efforts to fight, and that's another source of funding. Although the additional mobilization can trigger population protests, the likelihood, I think, is very low. If you remember, at the initial mobilization efforts that Russia conducted after it suffered quite significant losses in 2022, there were images on the internet how those civilians that were brought in the field, they didn't have guns, they were not logistically well insured. I mean, they did not attack the state, criticize the state. They would basically go and beat up the platoon commander, the young officers that were there. So the population is afraid. The coercive ability of the state is effective in forcing the population to fight. And I mean, let's do some historical analogy as well. Look at the Russian Soviet-Finnish Winter War. If you look historically at that particular war, the Russian Red Army, there were tens of thousands of soldiers that did not want to fight. They didn't understand why they have to fight. They wanted to leave, but because of coercive capacity, they actually were forced to fight, and they were fighting. And the same experience can repeat again in case of Ukraine in a quite effective fashion. So what preliminary conclusions we can draw from that? In my understanding, I would like to suggest that Russia has likely accepted the perspective that it will have a long-term strategic confrontation with the West, similar to how Soviet Union had with the West. And it has accepted this and will continue to push for military conquest in the post-Soviet area. So that's part of their strategic objectives that they have. If this is correct, and given the way Russian military is reforming, with the Leningrad district being created separately at the border of Baltic states and Finland, with the troops that they plan to deploy there, quite a lot of them have an assault capacity. I think the Baltic states are going to be a next target, and it's not. That can happen even before the Ukraine before Russia wins in Ukraine, and there are a number of reasons that this is a likely scenario. For instance, Russia doesn't need a significant amount of troops to invade the Baltic states, given that the active forces that the Baltics can deploy are quite small. Then, what an interesting difference on drones here, but it's going to be the use of swarms, different swarms application. That would be the next logical step. And given Russian technological ability, that's not totally incredible. So based on that, I think Russia is going to push for a twofold strategy, focusing on military attrition in Ukraine, but also in parallel to conduct an attrition of resolve against the West, increasing capabilities, revealing its aggressive intentions and its claimed resolve to conduct combat operations and absorb costs is supposed to support that. So that concludes my presentation. As I said, it's preliminary, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm looking forward for your questions and critical observations. Thank you. So what's next?
Thank you, Dr. Misanari. If I could ask the speakers to come sit here in the front for the panel discussion. So thank you very much for two great presentations. If I had to summarize my own thinking in some way, it would be, how can we explain Russia's adaptations, successes and failures at the same time? Because we can all see that they have succeeded in some things, we can all see that they have failed in some things, but we should try to explain why both things have happened at the same time. And that's something for future research. I start with one question of my own, and then I'm going to give the audience the chance to ask questions. Both of the speakers, you were concentrating on the armed forces, which is natural, but how do you see the role, for example, security services in affecting the how armed forces are able to go through lessons learned processes and adapt? Because some have made the argument that the security services had a great role in giving false or incomplete picture of the situation in Ukraine, which led to the operation that we saw. And also there have been claims that the security services have great power inside the Russian state and can affect leadership through intelligence reporting and so forth. So do you see any role for the security services in affecting the lessons learned processes of the armed forces? Are the armed forces independent? Let's not talk about political influence, but armed forces independent of other state organizations when they are trying to adapt in the current situations? Thank you. Either one, please.
Okay, I haven't actually, it's a good question. I haven't looked at the role of the security services here, but everything that I've looked at in terms of lessons learned would suggest that there is a culture that permeates all of the kind of state institutions. This notion of a strategic culture and this perception of threat, how they approach it, would suggest that there is a kind of potentially an indirect, implicit link. Now, I couldn't point to it directly. My colleague here might be able to, but it's a very good question and potentially an area for kind of future research.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. How will security service contribute to military adaptation? Going to the claims that they gave false info, for instance, on Ukraine, I already point out that even the Western countries did not expect the Ukrainian military ability to mount an effective resistance. And actually, the recent data from Ukraine suggests that the Battle of Kiev was won by Ukraine. You could claim accidentally. I don't know to what extent we can trust those news coming from Ukraine. But after the General Zaluzhny was replaced, inside the Ukrainian political bubble, people connected to the military, to the political class, and so on, they pointed out that Ukraine managed to defend Kiev because Zaluzhny used some artificial reasoning to preserve a brigade, I think 72nd Brigade in the Kiev area, even though Zelensky and his staff directed that it is moved to the east because they didn't believe a Russian full-scale invasion was possible. So, doing counterfactual analysis, if Zaluzhny did not use those kind of artificial premises to keep additional unit there, Russia could have been successful in taking over Kiev. So, I mean, in a way, the Russian assumptions about the Ukrainian ability to mount an effective resistance at the initial phase of war is not necessarily totally false. But going more concretely to your question, I think what we observe today, the Russian intelligence services play a significant role in, addressing Western sanctions to reduce the influx of technology that is necessary for Russian weapons, right? So they use different, companies in the West, people to buy through intermediaries various pieces of technology to maintain the Russian arms production. The security services also contribute to Russian coercive capacity, which allows the states to be effective in resource mobilization, but also in mobilization of people for the army. The Russian security services are effective in helping the Russian authorities in maintaining control of the conquered territory in Ukraine, by monitoring, the population on the ground, looking at the potential for rebellion and so on. So, I mean, you could basically say that at the strategic level they have a more kind of a strategic impact on the Russian ability to adapt, to face those challenges related to the war in Ukraine.
Okay, thank you very much. So then to the audience, first three questions, one in front, then in the middle, and then in the back.
Thank you. Graham Hurd, Marshall Center, George C. Marshall Center in Germany. My question is really about mobilization, and essentially the argument was there's very few political risks for Putin. Look at past mobilization. So if that's the case, why hasn't Putin gone for a second round of mobilization? Because others would maybe argue with labor supply shortage and likely, if not political revolt, exodus of young Russian males who would be going into the defense industrial complex, especially the high-tech people. If they're no longer there, then the choice is, you mobilize, lots of Russians leave, it doesn't look very good, and there's less people for the defense industrial complex. Or can we expect on Victory Day coming up after Putin's inauguration, he will declare a new round of mobilization, having been given a mandate somehow by this rigged election that he's currently undergoing. Thank you.
And then Tor Pukval.
Thank you. Tor Pukval from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment. I have, first, great presentations, both of you. I have a comment and a question to Tracy. So the comment is that one of the reasons why they didn't learn from Afghanistan was that war was specifically designated an untypical war. So it could possibly be harmful to learn from that war. So the comment would then be that to what extent this war is seen as typical or untypical could also have an effect on military learning. The question is kind of shorter, it's just, do you think that winning or losing for Russia in Ukraine is going to have an effect on learning?
Thank you. And then Essi in the back.
Thank you both. Really good presentations, and I could argue with both if possible. My question is that you mentioned the Baltics as the next step. How do you see the connection to the the fact that many of professionals have said that now the Baltic Sea is the NATO sea. Do you see that that's one of the reasons why Russia would go to the Baltic states and hence test the NATO's capacity? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the questions. And Dr. Minsarari, if you would start.
Okay, so first question, why Putin hasn't gone for the second round of mobilization. If we look at the number of mobilized personnel in the Russian army, I think Russian Ministry of Defense, they mobilized, continued to mobilize after this official kind of a round of mobilization. So you don't necessarily have to announce publicly to the population that you're going to mobilize, for additional troops to fight in Ukraine. You can do it silently, through the local military offices in the region. You can go beyond the annual recruitment, which I think is like over 120,000 per year. You can go over that, and if we look at the data about Russian troops on the front line, I think the amount of Russian troops that exist there, considering the losses that have been made public, that would suggest that Russia did conduct mobilization beyond its regular annual kind of effort. So, I mean, you can either maybe Russia has not been that in a huge need or desperate to conduct a formal round of mobilization, or perhaps they have been using more indirect methods to supplement the military losses. So I think that would probably is likely to be the case, at least based on the data that we have on the Baltic. So I think in assessing Russian behavior, but not only Russian behavior, but any country's behavior, we have to look at to try to understand what is their goal behind this behavior, right? What is the strategic goal? So if we assume that current Putin's Russia strategic goal is to recover control of the, a number of post-Soviet countries, either direct territorial control or control over their political leadership. If we have this assumption, then we don't need, the reference to Baltic Sea becoming a NATO sea, right? That is part of a continuous foreign policy of Russia currently. Now, we can question that. So if Russia doesn't intend to do, to recover its control over the post-Soviet space, then it will likely stop in Ukraine. I mean, there is a lot of, it's a very complex topic. There is a lot of assessment to do that. There are a number of assumptions and scenarios to believe. So it basically depends, what are the assumptions that you think are more credible. However, even if we link this to Russian war in Ukraine, Russia could use an attack against the Baltic as an additional leverage on the West in relation to the war in Ukraine. So, for instance, let's say that Russia is freezing the front line, the today's kind of a situation in Ukraine, and it starts to reconstitute its military, consolidate its position, build more, armaments, create those new units, and by attacking or threatening the Baltics, Russia could force the West to withdraw some of the support for Ukraine. So you could use this as a leverage. I mean, that would be one potential strategy. And based on my reading of Russian strategic culture, of the risk-taking propensity of the current Russian regime, the likelihood for such a scenario cannot be ignored. So, I mean, when we make kind of a forecasting, especially in the area of security domain, security policy, we usually go to the worst case scenario, right? Because we need to defend against them, so we consider those worst case scenario. But in relation to the threats towards the Baltic states, I think this probability is higher than just as conducting a simple worst case scenario analysis. Again, based on my understanding of the Russian risk-taking propensity.
Yeah, so it's a big risk, though. The Baltic states and taking NATO on head on rather than continuing with what they're up to and hoping that, for example, a Trump victory undermines NATO from within. Your question, thanks, Tor, yes, untypical wars, winning and losing. Obviously, failures often trigger better learning. But I guess it comes down to how they classify whatever they come out with, winning or losing. I referenced Putin back in December 2022, and his language was really interesting, talking about Ukraine and the fact that combat operations had undoubtedly highlighted issues, to use his term, suggesting that, they recognised there were some, severe problems that they needed to work on. I thought that was quite strong language, issues, and that, this is the combat experience we must and will use in the future development of the armed forces. So I think, however, whenever this war ends, a Russian failure will obviously trigger better, stronger learning. But as I said, it depends how they classify it, and I can't imagine that they would, they're going to classify anything as a loss. It would be some kind of ambiguous language.
Okay. If I may, a small clarification. I think, Tracy, you did kind of touch upon a very important point that is quite incredible to, you say, okay, Russia is likely to invade Baltic states given, the increasing NATO posture and policies towards the Baltics. That it's, which have to be, a lot of people are going to be skeptical. However, let's look at, the situation of the Baltic states. They don't have strategic depth, right? So therefore, if Russians believe that they can, in 72 hours, take over the capitals, and there are some RAND research that basically pointed out that they can do that, then they might go for it. And if you look at the NATO ability to resist, they need quite longer time than 72 hours to bring ground troops into the region. And a problem with the Baltic states that is that they have small size of active troops. Russia doesn't have to come up with 200,000 people at the border to invade the Baltics. 50, 70,000 might be enough to do a thrust to the capitals and at least take control over them. And they don't have, for instance, to fight NATO troops directly. What if they can employ similar approaches how they did in Crimea? They can surround the small NATO units that are deployed as a part of enhanced forward presence and force them to not fight at the gunpoint and then kind of tell them, okay, leave. Under those conditions, I think the NATO reaction can be small. And again, if Russia believes that NATO reaction is going to be slow, then that is going to increase the probability of them, taking up on this course of action. Now, if they believe that NATO is going to be effective and respond, in force, then the likelihood of this scenario is lower. But then we go into the, effectiveness of credibility of deterrence by NATO, how they communicate their resolve, and so on. So it's a dynamic kind of a situation.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? And one in the front.
Thank you very much. It's me again. Tracy, thank you very much. It was a very interesting lecture, and I hope you will help me to find my clue. Russia is the only country which has, next to the National Science Academy, so-called National Military Academy, with a number of institutions. And I would like you to elaborate a little bit more about the role and place of this system. And there is another very interesting creature in the Russian military establishment, so-called the group of general inspectors in the Ministry of Defense, so-called group of paradise, which actually causes me the biggest problems to understand the role of this group in this system. So if you elaborate on that, I would appreciate very much. Dmitry, also very big thanks for your presentation. Military reform was 10 years work for me. And right now, what I am experiencing in trying to understand the issue, when Russians started the reform in 2008, they made, as it was rightly pointed here, the clone copy of American system, establishing operational and institutional forces. this principle of jointness being the essence of the operational forces. And in the beginning, even tactical nuclear weapons were given under the direct command of Joint Strategic Commanders. It was removed after nuclear triad was established in 2012. And a couple of years ago, actually last year, the first confirmation that the second stick or leg was removed, the naval assets, which actually makes quite a silly feeling that they are going to give up this principle of jointness. According to your understanding, is it the final decision, or it's again just temporary adaptation to the recent situation, and they will move back when the war is somehow resolved? Thank you.
All right, we have only time for this question, so please, if you can comment on this shortly. And for the audience, we will continue after this with more lessons learned, so you have opportunity to ask more questions in the second session. But please.
Okay, I will be brief then. I obviously only focus today on where I'm at in my research, and there is a huge, there are other institutions, AVN, Military Science Academy, for example, within the National Sciences Academy, absolutely feeds in. And Gareev, when you look at the ideas, and that is what I have been focused on, the ideas and where it feeds into affecting behaviour. I think that aspect and that side of things is very influential indeed. And what I'm trying to find are the specific links at the moment. The group of general inspectors, good call. I have not come across anything yet on them in terms of this particular research. Maybe we can chat afterwards about that one, because I think that's a very important one that you raised. We have no time.
I hinted a little bit towards the drivers of current Russian reform abandoning the Western approach towards building the military because A, they don't have the resources for that, they realize they don't have, and B, they have different objectives such as perhaps control of territory. The diversion to mass army and firepower back to the older ways of fighting, I think relates to what Stephen Biddle refers to as the inability of the majority of the armed forces to implement the modern system of warfare, where he claims that only US and maybe a few countries are able to conduct joint combined type of operations effectively. And that goes also back to Michael Kaufman's pointing out about Russia being very weak at the tactical level and investing not a lot of efforts into tactical training. So given the limitations, I would not exclude. I mean, this is my interpretation of the current moves that Russia has taken in conducting military reform, that they are going to abandon the previous plan to implement the Western model of reform and, conducting their own version of military reform that suits at least their current strategic objectives.
All right, thank you both speakers, excellent presentations and discussion, and thank you for the audience for the great questions. We will continue in 5 minutes, so 5-minute break and then session number 9. And please, once more for the speakers.
So when were you there? When were you out there?
2000 to, I think in 2000.
Was Mark Webber
from
there
March.
at the time?
No, it was...
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin next session, session number 9. And we will continue with lessons learned. We have, as previously, we have also here 2 speakers, both of them speaking about Russians, lessons learned, and issues related to that. And the session, the structure of the session is same as previously, so 2 30-minute speeches and then 30-minute panel, after which there is lunch. So let's not waste any more time. Let me introduce the first speaker. Dr. Kirill Samiev is a public sector consultant and specialist in Russian politics and security sector reforms. He works as a visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Dr. Samiev, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's a PDF. I need to. Doesn't show it. Why isn't it showing that? For some reason it's not showing.
Thank you very much for coming to this session as well. I'm Kirill Samiev, and I've been studying Russia's civil-military relations basically since 2015. And I remember when I've become interested in this topic, other scholars and researchers were telling that this topic wasn't interesting and I should have studied something related to political economy, corruption, comparative politics, and any other civilian-focused sub-disciplines in political science. Well, actually, the bottom line of my presentation, they were right, but partially. The thing is that, and this is what I'm going to start talking about, there's been a lot of excellent presentations on Russia's military performance and also civil-military relations. And when we look only at the technical sides of military development or military operational craft or tactics, it's only a one-sided picture of Russia's defense sector development. The problem is that the civilian side of the equation is the mechanisms that create Russia's military power. Because, as been said in previous sessions as well, that once politicians set strategic objectives, they seek to achieve these objectives in a set period of time. And the institutions and culture and also some unintended events and consequences can affect the efficacy of their efforts to build a powerful military. And this is sort of a segue to the broader discussion about Russia's military performance in Ukraine. A lot has been said that there was an overestimation of Russia's military capabilities before the full-scale invasion. Excellent researchers and analysts whom I still read, but they were focusing on more of a technical side of the Russian military, especially reporting from outside of Russia, or, for example, on the scripted combined arms exercises that were showcasing Russia's military might, but in fact, what was happening inside the system was relatively unknown. But at the same time, during the last almost 2 years of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we also seen the pendulum sort of shifted sometimes to the other side. There was an underestimation of Russia's capabilities to adapt, to learn lessons from the battlefield, and to recalibrate its military objectives in order to sustain its war fighting in Ukraine, and then hence prosecute the strategic objectives that are still, and I'm going to be talking a bit about it as well, unknown even to the Russian officers and politicians, apart from probably Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin. And as I said, the things that are behind Russia's development are its institutions that regulate defense sector development. Or, to put it simple, it's how Russia built its military. We know from Putin's period that Russia experienced one relatively successful reform from 2007 to 2012, although there has been three, or you can say like 2.53 reforms, pretty much straight from the year when Putin came to office. And despite that, only one, again, relatively successful reform that in the end resulted in ministers of defense quite almost semi-criminal ousting from office and the appointment of Sergei Shoigu, the current Minister of Defense. There's also a lot of research on Russia's policymaking governance. Actually here in Helsinki, great researcher of Russia's policymaking, Vladimir Gelman, he has coined the phrase and sort of applied the notions of bad governance to the case of Russia. The influence of authoritarian politics, kleptocracy on poor ability of the Russian state to reach its reform objectives, and of course corruption and all the other aspects that some other speakers have been covered before. Another moment that I think we should also not forget about is the military heterogeneity and the sheer size of the Russian defense sector. Here it's up to 2 million only in the Ministry of Defense as of now, but then you can top it up with other security agencies and the Russian military industrial complex, and probably now during the war, military affiliated civil society organizations, and you can have several millions working for the war effort and for the defense sector, and just managing this huge organization, which just population is bigger than the population of some European countries, for example. It's a difficult task for decision makers who are not known for being extremely effective in managing the country. But the thing is that for us as external analysts, that my assumption here is that the Russian decision makers actually struggle with the same problem. How to detect and measure the non-material factors, institutional aspects, cultural, how to acknowledge them in order to go through and achieve the goals they want to achieve. we can even say that in some cases, for us, it's maybe even easier to boil down Russia's defense sector development because we are relatively less affected, for instance, Russia's domestic political priorities. While politicians in Moscow sitting, they have to acknowledge maybe interests of other ministries, groups of the elite, and sort of other hidden kind of above the carpet interests that still affect their decision making and thinking about defense sector development in Russia. So, and the goal of my report, I'm still working on it, and it's going to be published on the ECFR's website, is to trace and understand what are the potential influence of Russia's institutions, expertise, and military culture in the future military development, or to put it simply, in the future military reform. As a civil military scholar, I cannot but say about this coined phrase, who guards the guardians? This is the classical question of civil-military relations. But in the Russian case, as probably everyone here knows, that this question is already answered. The civilian authorities guard the guardians. Russia hasn't had a successful military coup d'etat attempt since basically the beginning of the 19th century. During the Soviet times, the armed forces were heavily penetrated by the Communist Party and subject to the civilian control. And now, especially under Putin, he put a lot of efforts in increasing this, using Peter Heber's terminology, intrusive control over the military. But another question that my beginning was about is actually not about who guards the guardians, but who and how creates the guardians. Who exactly is in charge and who controls and who is the most powerful actor to develop Russia's military. Basically, it's about the civilian power to shape military's development, or in policy-making terms, whether policy inputs bring expected policy outcomes. And in the last already almost 24 years of Russia's development, there's always been conflicts in the military. Some are natural, some are subject to Russia's political system, conflicts over priorities in the defense sector development. We can, during Q&A, even talk about specific reforms and how these conflicts, what these conflicts were about, limited resources, and also effects of poor system, institutional system of monitoring and evaluation. Basically, the ability of the civilian government have eyes within the military and understand not only just nominal technical aspects, number of tanks, artillery pieces, personnel, but also opinions on or expectations of the military that the military had, of the armed forces that military personnel have. And in my research, I found three key factors that are sort of enablers, but also barriers for Russia's development or achieving the objectives that the Kremlin wants, that the Kremlin sets before starting the reform. That's again the quality of the internal monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. It's delivering this evidence to decision makers. There's one aspect is counting the budget and delivering finance to the armed forces, and another is understanding whether units and formations are actually capable of and following the rules that are written on paper. And these are the aspects that are severely limited in the Russian game, and has been limited basically since the 90s, and the Kremlin struggled to improve these mechanisms. Another aspect is the quality of the Russian Ministry of Defense, leadership, and bureaucratic effectiveness. As I've shown it in my report for the CSAS a couple of years ago, that Russia has a so-called troika between the Minister of Defense, Chief of the General Staff, and the President. And pragmatic and capable relationship between them, between these three key individuals, is one of the key factors to have a smooth transition of presidential demands, objectives into the military development, and also the delivery of military evidence to decision makers on top in the Kremlin. And finally is the influence which is natural of unexpected and internal and external constraints. And this is again partially related to the ability to monitor these constraints and understand, anticipate them, including on the battlefield, but also something that black swans that no one can control, financial crisis, natural events, and you name it. And before going to my empirics, just some definitions about the dependent variable, or the thing that both actually Russian policymakers and me here as an analyst trying to understand is the military effectiveness. And here I'm using the framework of Risa Brooks, American scholar of civil military relations, who understands military effectiveness as an integration of four concepts. It's integration, responsiveness, skill, and quality. What I like about it is that can be generalizable. It's not so sensitive to the particular context of the conflict or a country, because it can be adapted to any country you take and then used for the comparison of military effectiveness or understanding how policymakers can achieve it. The integration is the ability of military to maintain consistency in military operations, create synergies within and across different levels of military activity, and avoid counterproductive actions. The responsiveness is the ability to accommodate both internal and external constraints and opportunities, preparing itself for the armed conflict. A lot of great presentations have been about that during this event. Then the skill is about the skill and ability to motivate and equip military personnel with the competences that are required to execute tasks on the battlefield. And finally, the quality is the state ability to equip with superior weapons and equipment. And how my framework understands Russia's race to military's effectiveness. I use a very practical policy framework. Is looking at first what are the objectives of military Kremlin, what are Kremlin's objectives in regards to military development. They can be both political and military. Then what kind of inputs they have in terms of financial infrastructure and human resources, what activities they use, the Ministry of Defense, and then the General Staff and the military command. And then finally what these activities produce, what kind of outputs, human resources, rules, material that ultimately leads to military effectiveness or not. And two key factors that kind of surround each of these individual aspects is political risk or political costs, the degree of established commitments within the Russian politics violated by these reforms, and policy complexity in terms of administrative burden. Again, I'm going to my take that the Russian defense sector is extremely huge, and managing it just by default is not an easy task. In my analysis of the three reforms during Putin's period, this is what I've seen. Russian defense reform objectives are actually developed in advance, and this is good news, because they're sort of taken as from garbage can. They already exist, they were discussed, both in the reforms happening in 2000, 2007, then 12 and 12 when Shoigu came after a short break, what's been happening with the Russian development under Minister Shoigu. And these ideas that were then delivered or taken by decision makers and discussed with the President and Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff. And here what's more important is actually not the evidence quality, the quality of evidence per se, but the access to decision makers and delivering the ideas and making sure that the decision makers agree with them. And here's, it's not like evidence-based policymaking in the Russian military's development, but trying to balance out between policy-based evidence, so sort of adapting ideas to what Putin or the Minister of Defense or the Chief of the General Staff have in mind, and yes, developing sort of ideas that thinkers, military theorists, or other civil servants think are beneficial to Russia's military, to the Russian armed forces. The Russian Ministry of Defense currently is a key organization that controls the selection of the inputs and develops activities for the military reform, because they are the ones that cooperate with Russia's other ministries and branches of the government. The minister is the first go-to person to the president and discuss the development of the military with him. And the activities that even the military proposes, they still have to be approved and funded by the general Russian budget that is again set through the work of the Ministry of Defense. And finally, the access to the Troika, again, this group of the President, Minister of Defense, and the General Staff is a key for delivering ideas, and also the relationship between them is especially this sharing common understanding of the problem in the military and having commitments to developing a policy solution is a necessary factor for basically having the reform implemented. There's been several cases in Russia's history, during Putin's tenure, when, for example, Chief of the General Staff, Polyevsky, disagreed with what the ministers or even the President himself wanted to do. For example, this famous case of Polyevsky having an alternative opinion to Putin's ideas of leaving the INF Treaty. He later changed his mind, but even spoke against it publicly before probably having a phone call from the Kremlin explaining to him how to behave. Or the case of General Popovkin and Minister of Finance Kudrin, who had conflict back in 2010 with the rearmament program, basically when Kudrin lost just before the New Year's Eve and had to resign 9 months later in 2011 because he completely disagreed with the priorities that the Ministry of Defense demanded. Or, for example, what's happening now is with the with what's been happening when the full-scale invasion started on the 8th of March, Putin himself commented saying that Russia did not use conscripts in the invasion of Ukraine. On the 9th of March, the Russian Ministry of Defense confirmed that some conscripts were sent to Ukraine, which is a good case of how even the president himself is not aware of what's happening within the military and with the invasion that he himself started. In terms of Russia's military effectiveness in Ukraine, it's an interest of this research as a source of evidence that we can assume decision makers in the Kremlin would use to reform its military. But the problem is the ability of this evidence go on top to model through political priorities, influence of other stakeholders, for example, formation commanders there in Ukraine or in the headquarters, other branches of the civilian government who can say that's not our fault, it's the fault of other, sort of play this game-shifting, doing the blame-shifting game and avoiding responsibility and lessons learned from the failures in Ukraine, and sort of having the synergy and understanding how it's integrating the problems with the Russia's political system is a key for a sort of composite understanding of potential Russia's development. In terms of integration, Russia clearly demonstrated, and the evidence from the government sources and pro-government actors, including combatants on the front line, show that there is an understanding that there was a poor integration of strategic objectives and operational planning. Not only that the unit commanders were not aware of the operation, sometimes up to 12 hours before the order to move through into Ukraine. Then there was, especially at the first stage of the invasion, problems with the Russian logistics that were solved during the first year, but the issues with Russia's procurement, heavily influenced by still old Soviet institutions, that takes a lot of time to procure and standardize the equipment, which basically inflates the costs even of necessary tactical equipment that are needed right now for soldiers on the front lines, repairment and maintenance of vehicles, because there is a tendency to report that these vehicles are in good shape and ready for combat, while in fact they're not, because if a particular vehicle is broken, the system learns the lesson that a particular officer responsible for these equipment should be blamed for the problems, because anyone else reporting that everything is fine, and this creates this cycle of fake reporting to the command. Then a lot has been written about the Russian strategic intelligence and the role of intelligence agencies, especially the FSB, the Fifth Directorate, and that was heavily reliant on its agents in Ukraine. In some cases, if we believe investigative reports is that, for example, in the Kherson region, they were relatively successful and managed to disable Ukrainian resistance, and when basically even Kiev themselves gave an order to go back and stop the resistance. In terms of Russia's reactive responsiveness, there was a very slow and reactive responsiveness to internal constraints, but even poorer proactive assessment of its weakness and Ukrainian advantages. When it comes to strategic responsiveness, there was some evidence of political interfering forces and giving advice to mobilize personnel and recruits to which units they should ask to be sent to, because this and that commander is more effective, takes better care of the troops than, for example, in the neighboring unit. So they self-organized, and over time, over the invasion, significantly improved both the availability of equipment, but also skills and training of Russia's service members. We also seen evidence that the Russian general staff responded to its organizational constraints and restructured the units fighting in Ukraine, shifting to more small-level tactics, abandoning the idea of a large-scale offensive as they tried to do in the first months of the invasion. And the other aspect of the responsiveness on the individual level is what's also important here, the military resignation as an individual strategy, or going AWOL for individual soldiers and commanders disagreeing and not willing to fight, which Russia basically banned with the announcement of the mobilization, partial mobilization in September 2022. Although the numbers we have from the human rights defenders and civil society organizations that moved abroad, that up to 10,000 people, men, both soldiers fighting and those who were sent, they received draft notes to be mobilized, they decided to leave the country, which is, if you can count, a significant number that still played a role in Russia's manpower limitations at the first stages of the mobilization. And finally, in terms of the insufficient skill and the quality of equipment, Russia demonstrated poor force quality or the transition of its doctrine into practice. And here, I think we can discuss or debate with other scholars here that there is a weak link between what Russia's military theorists claim the Russian armed forces should do and should develop, and what's actually it is doing when developing for the future conflict. I belong to the group of radical thinkers thinking that basically this link in most cases non-existent. Those things that Russian theorists write, they exist on paper in articles, books that are highly interested and probably discussed in the Military Academy of the General Staff or other military higher education institutions, but transitioning or adapting them to, for example, training or education of officers, non-commissioned officers or enlisted personnel is highly questionable. Another and hence, in order again to survive, Russia's service members learn by doing, and going back to the argument about the civil society engagement and those combatants that, for example, were lightly injured and could not be sent back to the front line, they stayed in sort of this defense sector and helped to train newly mobilized people there in the rear on the occupied, back in the occupied Ukrainian territories on the Russian training fields. But this creates for the analysts a problem that it leads to the uneven level of preparedness, and not only to the analysts but to Ukrainian commanders, for example, because of this poor systematization of Russia's military development and training. Some units can be more effective than the average because of individual talents and willingness to serve and spend 16 hours a day serving in the military, and taking care of their soldiers, and highly, on the other side of the spectrum, highly unprepared, not able to conduct operations and even organize the force, and that leads to excessive losses. And hence we have this more like muddy picture that if we especially analyze social media posts, just taking individual cases of Russia's failures, it doesn't let us have a generalizable argument about Russia's effectiveness in the current moment across all its forces on the front lines. I've already covered about the training of Russia's personnel. In terms of leadership, this thing is not existent in Russia's military higher education institutions, especially on its first level. A lot of negative comments that are also acknowledged by Russian military journals, that junior level commanders do not know, after graduating from these institutions, how to command the troops, especially those troops that are composed with, for example, ethnic minorities that have intramilitary networks and may not obey young 25, 26 years old lieutenants, and this leads to the disorganization of the units. But then they learn by doing. Sometimes they learn by just enforcing and repressing and using excessive physical force to control, especially now during the war, even throwing these soldiers into pits or for significant violations. It can lead to even capital punishment, as the Wagner force has shown, for example. But still, it's not the system that the Russian system officially, the Russian rules or the Russian leadership officially acknowledges. Then Russia had low situational awareness, which is improving now, right now, over time, due to delivery of procured equipment from China and increased learning and adaptation in terms of the situational awareness and understanding the sort of decreasing the fog of war, especially on the tactical level there on the front line. And in this regard, the key aspect here, the centralized intelligence sharing, when intelligence first went to the regiment or brigade headquarters that are then moved back and used in planning Russia's operations in Ukraine. And finally, it's the lack of modern equipment, but here I focus more on the lack of enablers, ISR communications, night vision, thermal scopes, electronic warfare, what is it in English, BRAM, sorry, I slipped my mind, the equipment they use for, engineering equipment they use for evacuating damaged vehicles and building fortifications. And also, what's been a great presentation yesterday on the developing drone aviation, that was especially, this problem was acute during the first stages of the invasion. So instead of focusing here in my research, instead of focusing on the highly publicized Armata tanks or BTR-4 or Su-57 jets, if you analyze available public information, that what really Russian soldiers lack is this tactical level equipment that would let them do the job that their commanders want them to do. So at this stage, this is the evidence that is available in Russia's pro-war, pro-government actors, thinkers, and including combatants discussed and suggested ideas for improvement. And the question still remains whether this whether this evidence would be delivered to Ukraine. But on that note, I think we can discuss it during the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. And then onward to the next presentation. So we have two speakers, long-time participants of the Russia seminar. Dr. Rod Thornton, Associate Professor at King's College London. He has served in the British Army and has lived and worked in both Kiev and Moscow. And Dr. Marina Miron, postdoctoral researcher at King's College London in the Defence Studies Department of King's College. The floor is yours.
All right, once again, I'm delighted to be here. We're delighted to be here, and thank you very much again for the invitation. So what Marina and I are going to talk about is complexity in modern warfare, Ukraine and beyond. Now, conscious of time, I'm going to kind of rush through most of this, but there's a basic structure of what we're going to look at in this presentation. And what I want to bring aboard, first of all, is the increasing complexity of not just the modern world, but how military operations are conducted. When you're a military organization, a lot of stuff is happening out there in the world which does affect how you bring to bear the power of your military organization. Yes, you've got all this stuff at the bottom there, but in the middle there, we've got all these informational and intelligence inputs, which should hopefully reduce the complexity. So you're fighting with this stuff at the bottom with reduced complexity because of the intelligence inputs in the middle there, and at the top you get the big human element, the thinkers, the cognitive domain. So the people there can make decisions which become directions to that at the bottom, okay? So this kind of more and more information, more and more intelligence is shaping or is reducing the complexity of operations. We heard the word integration from Kirill. Thank you very much for defining it. Integration, what we're trying to do is, with all these new facets we have, these new technologies, is it, in essence, we're trying to make the OODA loop from observe to act, reducing that time. So modern military organizations in the complex environment are making decisions, giving directions in a compressed manner, from observe, orientate, decide, act. So reducing the OODA loop, so in the good old parlance, you get inside the OODA loop of your opponent, your enemy. You're acting faster in the complex environment. Okay, so what we have in here is basically information, yes, and we have two elements, multi-domain operations and multi-domain integration. Now, what are these? The American and US military prefers the term multi-domain operations at like an operational level, all that good stuff that's going on there. But in a British military, they tend to think more in terms of multi-domain integration, which is far more strategic in tone. So you're bringing in elements of national power, which again, it increases complexity. But what we're trying to do is orchestrate the efforts. That wonderful word, orchestrate. That might be borrowed from Russian thinking. In Russian thinking, talking about operational art, you get a lot of the use of the word orchestrate, which is basically the same word in Russian. And to get the optimal tempo, so that things happen fast, but in a fast manner that you control and serves the objectives of your military organization and your military power writ large and the state itself. Multi-domain operations, you're probably familiar with those, the five elements that we are trying to bring together. All these separate elements, trying to bring them together, and again to use this word synergy. So they don't act independently, they act synergistically. Again, that's complex. Bringing all these together so they act synergistically, it's complex. But not forgetting, which some people refer to as another domain, the sixth domain of warfare, the electronic warfare environment, which wraps around everything and is there both offensively and defensively, electronic warfare. And remember, complexity is bad enough when you're acting in the defense, but complexity becomes enhanced exponentially when you're in the offense. Right? But electronic warfare helps you in the offense, but also degrade your opponents. So when we think about thinking about complexity, it's a dual approach. Yes, you're trying to make your own efforts more and more efficient, integrated, but you're trying to degrade the efforts, trying to increase the complexity of your adversaries' thinking, their cognitive kind of outputs. So a two-way process. And again, this element, yes, cyber is always there, crossing these domains, helping all these domains, okay? But the human element, because we have AI that can make some decisions, but ultimately the cognitive domain is all about humans. And how humans deal with complexity is a major factor when we're looking at these types of operations at the operational level and the strategic level. So, oops, I'll put those all, oops. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So I will be covering the Russian part of perspectives on complexity and how Russia views multi-domain operations or multi-domain integration. And obviously, it is very difficult to translate Western concepts into Russian thinking. They don't think like that. And I will illustrate it on later examples when we'll be talking about electronic warfare and the likes. But what is important to understand here is that at the very beginning of the century, and Tracy German has already addressed that, there were theorists like Vladimir Slipchenko who have been writing about this increasing development of technologies and how the Russians should be addressing the increasing complexity on the battlefield. And so the idea was firstly establishing information superiority, investing into kind of long-range precision munitions. And so fast forward 2013, we know the so-called Gerasimov doctrine came about, and Gerasimov himself said the non-military means play a much more important role in the current operational environment. And then we come to the operation in Syria, which I will discuss in a moment. So after that operation in Syria, Gerasimov said, so in 2019 he wrote an article about the lessons and what is necessary to address complexity in a contemporary operational environment based on the lessons from Syria. And so what he said essentially is a need for a unified system of integrated forces and means of reconnaissance, destruction and command and control of troops and weapons using contemporary information technologies. So it is a little bit of an extension of what he has already argued, and we have to stress this is nothing new for the Russians. They already had those thoughts, but they keep on repackaging them and relearning the lessons. However, a few new things came to the table, and one of them is the emphasis on robotic systems, on our past drones, remotely piloted autonomous systems, or UAVs, whatever you like to call them. So they recognized the importance of UAVs after the campaign in Syria. Then Gerasimov said that there is a need to create a strategic system of electronic warfare, which would then be integrated into an overarching reconnaissance informational system. And shortly I will explain why this electronic warfare domain is so important in Russia's thinking. And it's not just Gerasimov talking about it, the likes of Andrei Kokoshin in Questions of Applied Theory of War, published in 2018, has also stressed the importance of electronic warfare being the backbone of establishing information superiority on the battlefield, which can then in turn help to establish air superiority, so the theory goes. So what did the Russians learn in Syria in terms of cross-domain integration? And this will be more about cross-domain integration rather than new technologies that they used in Ukraine or Syria. So first of all, they had a very light footprint and made an effective use of a coordinated use of their air, ground, and naval assets in order to increase air power. So they had the Caspian Flotilla, the Mediterranean Squadron, they had the VKS. They used air defenses for denial. They used special operations forces on the ground for target designation in combination with the airspace force, which is essentially this improvement of the reconnaissance strike complex. They used private military companies to delegate tasks, to keep the casualties to the minimum, to keep their contingent small. They used local actors such as violent non-state actors, the offspring of the Turkish PKK, the Kurdish YPG. They used the Syrian Arab army. Some of the units of Hezbollah were also under Russian command. So it was quite an interesting experience from that perspective. It was a very steep learning curve in terms of what had to be implemented, and it would seem like the series that the Russians had developed so far were working. And of course, another important thing was the information domain and using information not only on the tactical and operational levels, but also strategic level, meaning diplomacy, getting key stakeholders to support the Russian operation in Syria, and so on. Okay, I have already covered this. Cyber domain, another important thing. So in Western kind of world, we see cyber domain as being something very separate. So we have kind of cyber forces in the United States, for instance, and we have kind of electromagnetic forces, and they don't really cooperate together. Now, from Russian perspective, it is important to understand that the Russian idea of information spectrum, of information operations and information war, not warfare, but war, that's how the Russians refer to it, is much broader, encompassing both civilian and military domains. And it does include cyber. So the cyber is just a domain, it's just an enabler of information operations. Either it's cyber psychological, so say disinformation, or cyber technical, as in disruptive attacks on IT systems. That all falls inside of information operations. And they are conducted also in physical space by intelligence agencies. So PSYOPs, electronic warfare is again about information, because you can deny information to your adversary, you can manipulate information. Development of ASATs or even satellite reconnaissance, again about the control of information, gaining more information. Again, this is all part of Russia's understanding of information operations, and this will be important in terms of how this is conducted by the Russians in Ukraine, this cross-domain integration between electronic warfare and cyber, for instance. So as far as the cyber domain is concerned, it was expected for Russia to show the cyber prowess, especially by its intelligence agencies and affiliated groups with them. However, in terms of cyber acting as a force multiplier, at the very beginning, we have seen the Viasat hack, which essentially should have served as an enabler, and for a moment it did manage to cause chaos. However, this effect wasn't translated into any strategic success for the Russian troops. And since then, the Russians were trying to integrate their cyber operations with kinetic strikes. And as a matter of fact, in 2022, one Ukrainian official said that 20% of Russia's cyber attacks, and I'm referring to more kind of cyber technical attacks, were coordinated with kinetic strikes. However, it was very difficult to measure their effectiveness. And much more effective use of cyber came later in 2023. Specifically, end of 23, December 12th and 13th, there was an attack, a cyber attack on Kyivstar, which is an internet provider, both for civilians and military in Kyiv. And that attack on Kyivstar managed to shut down the internet and thereby affect the warning system. And on December 13th, the Russians fired a barrage of missiles. Because the warning system wasn't working, they managed to strike their targets, or at least according to their sources, as what they are saying. So we have this cyber element, cyber psychological element also going on in the background in terms of misinformation and disinformation directed both at Ukraine and at Russian allies, as well as Russian adversaries, well beyond Ukraine's borders, but that is more of a background noise. Okay, so space, that's you.
Right, Russian operations in the space domain. Now, the Russians don't have as many space-based assets as NATO does, obviously. And this has led to some serious asymmetric thinking within the Russian military. The idea being, okay, we haven't got these assets, but NATO does, and NATO's complexity of operations relies to a great degree on NATO's space-based assets. So, if we take out these NATO space-based assets, how does the complex functioning of NATO's military operations carry on effectively? So there's been a big thinking how to take out NATO satellites with ASATs, anti-satellite weapons, through jamming systems, through actual kinetic vehicles like the Noodle rocket. We have the jamming like Kashuka-4, Tirada systems, these kind of systems for jamming. Cyber attacks against the downlinks from NATO satellites are thought about. But in Ukraine, people said, well, where is all this anti-satellite activity by the Russian military against NATO assets which were assisting the Ukrainians? But the Russians be very careful. They do not want to upset NATO too much. They'll be very careful in terms of what they are doing in terms of their anti-satellite activity. Yes, they've affected the Ukrainians through various hacking of things like the Viasat system to reduce the capacity of the Ukrainian military to function effectively, because they are being denied the capabilities supplied by, in this case, Viasat. And there have been other instances of this, but I don't want to go into too much detail. The Russian air domain. The complexity of this is kind of reduced because, unlike NATO air forces, where you have this idea that NATO air forces will be the main provider of fire support for NATO troops on the ground. So in NATO, you get lots of kind of what's called composite air operations, where you really think about how aircraft can help the troops on the ground. For the Russian Air Force, this isn't the case. The Russian military on the ground is supposed to rely for fire support on artillery, not on air domain support. So, and also the Russian Air Force does not like to get anywhere near Russian ground forces, because of Russian ground forces GBAD, which tend to take out Russian aircraft just as much as it does Ukrainian aircraft. So there's a lack of trust. There's been no real things like identifier friend or foe systems on Russian aircraft to tell Russian troops on the ground that's a Russian aircraft. That kind of thing really isn't there, or hasn't been up until now, because the Russian Air Force is not there to help the Russian ground forces. We've heard about the decapitation attack. One issue is that we heard yesterday that the Russian military always considered wars of the future to be short. They'll be over in a few days. And that with the decapitation attack, it was supposed to end the war in just a day. And it did happen in Afghanistan. We talked earlier about Afghanistan in 1979. The GRU and the FSB did, with the decapitation attack, if I can say it, did take out the Afghan president on that first day. So if you take out the government leadership on the first day, what does the rest of the country do? In the Russian military thinking, the rest of the country collapses because the hierarchy, the government is no longer there, therefore the whole system should collapse, and Russian forces should just march in unopposed rather than having to fight in as they did eventually. Because there was no thinking, we have to fight our way. No, we just go in as occupation forces unopposed. And therefore, you don't need a Russian Air Force to support this unopposed movement into Ukraine. Again, I want to kind of skip through some of this. Fairly self-explanatory stuff there. Again, with target selection, when you've got a limited number of high-value assets like cruise missiles or ballistic missiles, you have to really think about target selection. It's the old John Warden's rings idea. If you've got these limited assets, where do you use them to gain maximum strategic effect? Originally, you might say these things are thrown around willy-nilly, but then as the kind of complexity of war is trying to be reduced, where can we gain maximum effect by the use of our air assets? How are we going to get major effect that creates some sort of effect in a kind of way that is the most efficient way? And eventually, we've seen later on attacks on Ukraine's MIC as a, again, going back to Don Warden's rings, how to get the maximum effect to try and win the war. What is your main target? What should be your main target with the limited air assets you do have?
All right, we're switching quite a lot here. So in terms of integration, Rod has already talked a little bit about the limited use of air power, also because of the Ukrainian air power and Ukrainian GBAD. So what, in terms of integration, how did the Russians use the air power? And they had the A-50 AVAX and the Ilyushin 22 for early warning and control, which have been shot down in January 24. And according to the British intelligence, the question was how this will affect Russians' C-2. Which is an important question because already by December 22, Putin has recognized that the Russian military in Ukraine had a serious problem with C-3, and he said that it is paramount to improve C-3 and to improve the supply of drones in order to shorten the kill chain, what Rod was talking about the OODA loop. So we know that the Russians have been, from the very beginning, and we heard this from Leo and Sam yesterday, they were using male drones such as Orlan 10, a little bit less of Orlan 30, and Forepost for reconnaissance and for correction of artillery fire. However, the question here is, how embedded are these within the entire system in terms of cross-domain operations? Later on, obviously, we know that the Russians have started improving and started using more kind of long-range loitering munitions such as Gerань 2 and Lancet, Zala Lancet. We also know that there is drone integration as well, such as a combination of Orlan 10 with a Lancet drone, which proved to be a very deadly combination according to some Ukrainian sources, because Orlan 10 has better eyes, because it's on the medium altitude and then it can pass on the information to the Lancet. There is another system which uses drones, which I'll cover in a bit, called Layer 3. Then there is also, when the Russians started, when General Surovikin came to Ukraine in October 17, on October 17, 2022, he started kind of restructuring the whole operation, and he became the joint commander, and he started constructing the echelon defense. And that helped the Russians to deal with the complexity. And as a part of that echelon defense, we have seen also some integration of army aviation with the drones and with artillery, which help to deal with the complexity there. Then we go to the land domain. So I'm going to go into detail about artillery. I have already covered some of the things, but obviously artillery is playing here a central role for the Russians. It's still the god of war for the Russians, so very important. But the problem with artillery is the range, its targeting. And so in the course of the special military operations, the Russians were refining their reconnaissance strike complex in order to disperse the fog. We were talking yesterday about the Clausewitzian fog. And the idea was to increase the range, to increase the speed, to increase precision, and to increase accuracy. And as I said before, they started using drones to correct artillery. And from October 22, that's when Surovikin took over, he addressed the improvement of command and control. So I've already said about the use of the army aviation, and as far as artillery is concerned, there is another important factor which I will discuss in the EW slide, but you wanted to talk about the logistics here.
Very quickly, logistics. Again, the idea with logistics, if you look at the logistics plan for the Russian military going historically, the Russian military always planned to fight wars near its territory. So its logistics change wouldn't need to be that long. Therefore, why would you need lots and lots of logistics if you're going to fight close to your own borders and use the railheads near your own borders? The other thing is, it goes back to the idea of war's going to be over with in a few days. Therefore, why do you need a massive logistics chain if your war's going to be over in a few days? So logistics has been a problem for the Russian military at the start. It's being addressed now, but at the start of this war, it was poor. Very quickly, the Russian sea domain. Initially, the idea was the Black Sea Fleet would kind of block off or be a kind of make the Black Sea a Russian lake. It didn't quite work out like that because of the various missiles that the Ukrainians have been able to fire at large Russian naval vessels, which are very big targets. And so this has kind of led to a kind of rethink about how you use navies in future warfare for the Russian Navy, if it's systems like its Kilo submarines stuck in the Black Sea are being taken out not at sea but in port. What is the point having a stealthy submarine when it can be hit by a missile in port? And this kind of so what is the use of these surface vessels and subsurface vessels if in an environment like this they're being taken out so quickly? So the whole idea is maybe moving towards the Russian Navy being more littoral force, very small corvette-class vessels with very large missiles firing calibers, which we heard about, more and more seaborne drones, like the Ukrainians have been using, should the Russians adopt them as well, and also the swarm tactics that could be adopted. If you have lots and lots of little drones, are they better than having one large naval vessel? What is going to be more effective in the future? EW.
So I'll try to make this quick. I think this is one of the most important points to discuss in terms of cross-domain integration. So the use of electronic warfare in Ukraine. From the very beginning, it wasn't very effective because the Russian forces were still in the western part, and once they retreated to the Donbass, then they could roll out their electronic warfare capabilities. And we have to understand that it is not limited to kind of a specific system. So there are different purposes. As I said in the beginning, it's very difficult to imagine how Russians think about the multi-domain concept because, for instance, for ASAT, they have systems like Rodsat, Tirada 2S, and Peresvet, but they also have an newer system called Sapphire, which is used for protection of critical infrastructure and which has been adopted for military purposes. So it can defend against FPV drones, but it can also block signals from ground stations, which are supposed to go to satellites, Starlink satellites in LEO. So it's kind of this multi-purpose tool that the Russians are using. One use of electronic warfare is obviously for jamming drones, so for defense against drones, and they even have man-portable stun guns such as Harpoon 3 or Stupor, seen on the last picture. They have systems such as Volnorez and Sanya, which you can attach to armored vehicles, so these are for protection of armored vehicles. Then you have older systems from 89, Zoopark is quite old. It's a radar system for counter-battery warfare, so usually they will be located next to Russia's artillery systems. And you also have, as I said, drones outfitted with arrays of antennas in order to protect them from noise interference and electronic interference from Ukrainian EW systems. And last but not least, perhaps, is an interesting combination of 3 Orlan 10 drones with a ground station on a Kamaz chassis, which is used in order to intercept adversary communications in order to be able to jam 3G and 4G and create kind of these Orlans have a virtual cell phone network to which mobile phones would be connected, and then the Russians can tracks the movement of those mobile phone groupings. They can send messages and videos, so it can be used for a range of things, including eavesdropping and in order to manipulate information to trick Ukrainian troops. So this has been quite important, and in recent months there have been reports that Ukrainian drones are being hampered by Russian EW, as well as M30 missiles, the ones fired by HIMARS, because the Russians are jamming GPS signals. So, last one.
Just as a point, the Russians have all these different systems, but they have to be made to work effectively with the optimal tempo. So you're trying to integrate their activities. So the sum of their actions is greater than the sum of their parts. Okay, the idea of synergy, bringing them all together, all these different systems, bring them together to create synergy. Another human element is basically we talk about mobilization. How do you get people to fight in a war like this, where you don't tend to, it's not an existential war for Russia, therefore it's not mobilized entirely, and even Ukraine hasn't mobilized entirely. It's kind of, until very recently, only people above 27 have been mobilized into the military. So we have this halfway house. It's not an existential threat, okay? And it's not a kind of minor intervention war where you can just use professional forces. You're having, who do you call up to do your fighting? And it's one of the complexities of modern warfare, and it's a complexity for Western nations as well. And it's been a big question recently in the British press. You know, if British youth are called up to fight, will they fight? Why will they fight? What is the reason? It's a complexity of modern warfare which has to be factored in. And you also have to maintain civilian support in your own countries, in your own states. Always has been a factor in modern warfare or in warfare itself. But these days there is far more information available to civilian populations. They will make decisions. Do I want to fight or do I not want to fight? Do I want to be against this war or for this war? They have more and more information. The governments can no longer control the information in their own countries. Therefore, they can no longer control their own populations. And we had a previous picture like this, the OMON acting against protest, in this case in Moscow itself. Again, where are you going to win a war? Is it internally, by controlling your own population, or externally on a battlefield? A major complexity of contemporary warfare. I don't want to go too much into that. Basically, where are you going to attack? What are your attack vectors? Are they all on battlefields, or are they at home with our allies? Coalition cohesion, yeah, the Russians will play on that. But also election manipulation. Remember the American election 2000, the hanging Chad election was won by 537 votes in Florida. In a country of 333 million people, the election was decided by 537. Therefore, you see the temptation for election manipulation by the Russians. You just change a few thousand votes in the American election by some sort of information warfare, social media attacks, then in essence, you've won a war. Okay? Very quickly then, yep. Control, coordination, complexity. The human element is a major factor. But where do you win a war? How do you win a modern, complex conflict? A kinetic war, where is it won today? A major kinetic war. And we've heard this word adapt so many times. How do we adapt? How do we get better? How does NATO get better? I'll leave it there. Thank you. Cheers.
All right, thank you very much. So we have 15 minutes for questions and answers. And let's start. First ones, please, there in the middle. Let's take 2 or 3 questions if we have them before lunch, if everyone's so hungry, please.
Thank you very much for very fantastic presentations, and I have one question for each of you. Starting with Mr. Kirill. You described this troika in a very fantastic manner. Just one thing which I want to ask you to help me. Actually, the Troika is just the top of the iceberg, which contains the entire Security Council as a main body, a huge institution. And so far, until the last week, the Ministry of Defense, the General Staff, and let's say so Security Council was served by the National Defense Management Center as the main command, control, communication, and informational line. But last week, very interesting thing happened. The President Putin signed a decree establishing a situational center in the Security Council. And actually, this ruins the logic of all the command and control. What do you think? What are your ideas about this thing? Now, regarding the second presentation, it was unbelievably interesting to hear your explanation about complicity of the modern warfare. And I have a feeling that you deliberately omitted two more domains which are particularly interesting for me, and they had a very huge impact in Ukraine. Here, I mean psychological cognitive domain with the psychological warfare, where fifth column, influential and informational agents as a sixth column, and useful idiots as a seventh column were used, and also the lawfare, which was very nicely used in the 2014, gaining huge territories for Russia. So I would appreciate very much your short comments on that. Thank you.
All right, let's start with that question, Ona, if you could take up the slides. And please.
Yeah, thanks for this excellent question. I have to admit, I've been focusing on Russia's development like during the first year of the invasion, and like this recent change when it comes to the military reform in terms of the situational center in the Security Council. I just don't have evidence to comment like properly on that. But anyway, in my opinion, that when in terms of the when the Kremlin wants to organize a military reform, the Situational Center or the National Defense Management Center, it's still a body of, well, in the case of the Security Council, I guess it's also coordination with other civilian bodies, but with the National Defense Management Center, it's focused on the implementing the reform activities that are developed by the and approved by the Ministry of Defense. My bet would be that this coordination center is probably a situation center. Sorry, this probably is. I wouldn't claim that. I'll need to see, but my bet would be that yeah, in the case of the military reform, it wouldn't play sort of a game-changing role. But yeah, thanks. I will look deeper into this.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you. Yes, Marina was talking about the cyber-psychological effects of cyber attacks against the Ukrainian population. Some of the bombing, some of the missile attacks have been designed to undermine civilian morale, coordinated with things like cyber attacks, both cyber-technical and cyber-psychological. So you play on the population's willingness to continue the fight in many different ways. And if you look at the top there, there's a kind of big kind of lozenge at the top that runs across, called labeled PSYOPs, and it's very much part of the whole information warfare dynamic when it covers both the red cyber operations, but also things like leafleting and all the old good stuff that you used in psychological warfare in the Second World War. Okay, so it's a very much part of and it's a very easy way to win a war by getting the civilian population of your opponent to say, we don't want to fight, thank you very much. We'd rather, I don't know, be invaded or controlled or whatever. You know, it's this idea of peace or war. What is worse? Sometimes for many people, the peace, even if you're controlled by a foreign state, might be better than the actual fighting. And obviously the Russians are trying to play on that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for the question. Oh, here we go. I think it's a very broad topic, and that is the reason why we didn't include it in this presentation, because information war has been going on for many years. It didn't start with a so-called special military operation for Russia. Igor Panarin wrote in 1996 that the West had fired the first shot of information war during the Gulf War. So this information battle has been going on, and as Rod said, in Ukraine, also in Crimea, the Russians understood, and Gerasimov understood, the primacy of information and controlling communications based on the observed lessons from the NATO campaign in Kosovo by Russian military theorists, priming the information environment and controlling the information sources both domestically and in the country where you're operating is key to a successful outcome in both military terms and in political terms. And I think that a lot of Russia's effort has been undermined by blocking certain output channels in the West. However, as far as Ukraine is concerned, Russia has been very effective in conducting its information operations, both in Ukraine, not just using cyber means. I mean, FSB, GU, the Russian Orthodox Church, and we should remember how President Zelensky has been trying to block the Russian Orthodox Church. That happened well before the special military operation. And so I think that the Russians have been doing a lot of work well before the operation and still continuing to work both in Ukraine and outside Ukraine in NATO countries in order to exploit the schisms within Western democratic societies, and also with allies such as China, Iran, North Korea, and India, Latin America, many African countries. So it's a very broad effort that we have to understand. So it would be well beyond the limits of these presentations to dissect the entire information war that Russia is waging.
Okay, thank you. More questions?
Hi, Hamish Rang from the UK. How prevalent and potentially detrimental is non-cooperation within different elements of the Russian military in shortening or even sort of failing to complete the OODA loop? And is there anything sort of Ukraine can do to exploit that?
Kind of in competition with each other because they've not really been used to working together. There's always been a kind of idea that each individual force could do its own thing and achieve its own objectives without the other, without help from the other. Right, so you get naval infantry doing their operations in the Ukraine and not coordinating with ground forces elements. So we get kind of disparities there. They're using different technical systems, radios, what have you. So they're not, in essence, there's been no pre-planning, no kind of bringing together the forces. But it's the same in any military. The US military famously doesn't get on. The Army, Navy, Air Force and Marines have their own particular differences. So it's part of military culture, basically. Otherwise, we'd have one big military blob. And Canada tried that for a few years, where everything was just, we had no Air Force, all one kind of one, and that didn't work. They're kind of, in essence, competition is healthy to a degree, you might argue, but competition that doesn't degrade the actual effectiveness of the armed force itself. And I think that is happening, or has been happening in the Russian military, and we have yet to see whether they will learn lessons, whether they will adapt in terms of their coordination.
Okay, then one in the front.
Hi, my questions are mostly for Kirill, but obviously happy to have Rob and Marina's thoughts as well. I thought it was really fascinating, your description of essentially a broken strategic level transmission mechanism, and I think that goes very much in common with what Tracy was outlining, but that also individual units at the front were learning by doing. So I guess I have two questions. The first is, do we know when the Soviet General Staff's traditional lessons learned military theorizing process broke or ceased having relevance to actually how things were done? Or have we always exaggerated that? And secondly, this is sort of tying into our own research, do you see any evidence that units on the ground that are learning by doing are in any ways transmitting that horizontally to other units, or do we sort of have almost adaptation occurring on a unit by unit basis, almost in an enclave, that one unit will develop better ways of fighting, but that will not generalize or diffuse beyond itself, and therefore you'll have some really good units and some really poor ones?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent questions. In terms of the military history, well, disclaimer, right? I haven't studied Soviet civil-military relations, but what I've got from my interviews with Russian civilian and military actors back before the full-scale invasion, what they've noticed that in the Soviet times the sheer size of the force were way bigger, and there was a significant share of better prepared troops, for example, in East Germany and in the Eastern Bloc. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, first, not all of these troops were, especially officers, they decided to move. They stayed in Russia, or they could have moved to other countries. And second, the significant reduction of the size of the Russian armed forces after the collapse of the Soviet Union contributed to the when the best basically resigned and tried to find other sources of employment and income than not receiving salaries for 6, 7, 8 months in the first part of the 1990s. And then also the institutional transition, when it's still the past dependency from the Soviet times, and for almost 10 years neglect and slow adaptation of the Russian forces from the Soviet structures to the actual reality of economic, human resources, political, social, ideological development of the Russian society, that basically the mismatch, the gap, the civil-military gap was growing in that period of time. And in terms of the evidence for horizontal or bottom-up delivery or scaling up, actually this is what I haven't said in my presentation. I'm quite cautious here, because when you don't have a system of learning, but you have a lot of combatants with significant military experience, and also apparently the president and the political leadership thinking that these people should be appointed. And this is what I'm seeing now, that first some of the soldiers and non-commissioned officers, they are being trained for fast-tracked in the military academies to become officers. And they may not receive significant, advanced education, but these would be individuals with significant combat experience and life experience of serving in this terrible war, and this would naturally improve the level of the quality of command, at least for short term, for the short period of time in the Russian military. And another dimension, what I want to say, in terms of the horizontal developments, what I'm particularly interested in is the integration of civil society, like patriotic pro-government civil society, and the military. And I think I would see that for the Kremlin it would be very beneficial to better institutionalize and keep the system, because it gives. These are they don't criticize Putin personally. They do good for the military, and they sort of close the gaps that Moscow and people in the Kremlin cannot see from the top. And why I'm saying that this probably would give better chances of institutionalizing the system is that this is what the Kremlin has been doing with the civil society before, way before the full-scale invasion, from late 2000s, 2010, co-opting, making them serving the political goals that Moscow wants them to do, but not making political demands in terms of democracy, human rights, and so on. Yeah, help kids, and we give you money, but don't think about democracy. And I can see how this scheme can be adopted into this pro-government, pro-war civil society organizations and support learning and adaptation.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, the time is up. Next is lunch, so thank you, speakers. And the lunch is served in the hall on the upper floor, and we'll continue at
defense acquisition, and I'm the moderator of this session number 11, which is last but hopefully not the least, before the day will end after, well, concluding remarks. Today, the session is on economy and future, and likewise we have two presentations of which one is about economy and the other is about the future. And first, I would like to introduce Master of Science Emil Vanheden from Sweden. He has graduated from Development Economics from the University of Florence and is currently working as an analyst within the Russia and Eurasia project in the Swedish Defense Research Agency. His work focuses on Russia's economy and military expenditures. He has previously worked as a diplomat and civil servant for the Swedish Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Emil Vanheden, please come forward. The floor is yours.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you. So I think the title gives you an idea of what I'm going to talk about and also my conclusion, reluctant economic mobilization. What has happened in Russia on the economic front since the invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And as our colleague mentioned, I have a background at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so I tend to be close to the policy side rather than academic. And what I wanted to do with this research project is to look a little bit beyond the statistics and the day-to-day reporting about the Russian economy and look more in the structural factors that are changing. And this is quite early in this research project, so these are some preliminary thoughts, and I'm very interested to hear if you have comments and thoughts about it. This is just the outline of my presentation. So first I'll talk a little bit about this research, then I will explain a bit how the system for economic mobilization works in Russia as it was before the start of the war. Then I'm going to talk about what has happened after the invasion in February 2022. And then finally, I will discuss the internal debate in Russia about this issue of economic mobilization and war economy. So the motivation to start this research is from this term, war economy, that I've seen popping up quite often in analysis, research, commentary about Russia. And the issue that I have, or the concern that I have with this term, is that it kind of gives us the idea that Russia has transformed into some kind of war economy that reminds us of the Soviet Union during the Second World War, where the whole of society has changed and everything is geared toward providing for the war effort. And this is not really what's happening in Russia today. And when I see this commentary or this, writing about war economy, it's seldom defined. What do people mean with war economy and what does it entail? So I want to dig a little bit deeper into that. And it's useful to just consider some important terminology here. So we've talked quite a bit about mobilization during this conference, and we often use it as shorthand for military mobilization. But in Russian thinking and in Russian legislation, mobilization or mobilizatsiya is actually both military and economic. So in the mobilization law from 1997, it specified that mobilization should be both military and economic. So in Russian thinking, mobilization is more comprehensive. It's a more comprehensive concept than we often have in the West, which is important to keep in mind. Then there is an important distinction between
this gets a bit tricky. Economic mobilization and a mobilization economy. And these are the Russian terms, mobilizacja ekonomiki and mobilizazione ekonomika. So the first one, economic mobilization, this is simply the process of conferring more resources towards some purpose, in this case, towards the war effort. So this is a quantitative change. You mobilize the economy to provide more resources for the war. Mobilization economy, on the other hand, which is the Russian term, this is actually a different paradigm of how the economy should work. And this corresponds more to what we think is what we mean when we say war economy. This is more connected to what the Soviet Union did during the Second World War, for example, when they transformed their economy and everything was concentrated to that purpose. So with that in mind, my research questions are first, what has the Russian government actually done to increase its resources towards the war effort since February 2022? And second, connected but a different question, does this mean that they're actually moving toward a mobilization economy or a war economy? And I've looked mostly on legislation, government initiatives, new structures, organizations. I've read some academic papers and I've looked a little bit at budget expenditure. I haven't done proper or like much economic analysis which would complement that. So it's more of a qualitative method. And I'm focusing on economic mobilization, not military mobilization and not societal mobilization, which we have touched upon in other presentations today and yesterday. Although there is overlap between these, of course. So the existing system for economic mobilization in Russia, as it was before the war, was inherited from the Soviet Union. And you've probably heard about it. It's this model of spare capacity. So in the Soviet Union, the factories were required to have huge unused capacity for production. In some cases, it was 5 or 10 times the production capacity. So imagine being a manager of a factory, and you were required to have 10 factories just standing idle in case there was a war. And in case there was a war and you were producing macaroni, for example, you could just then instead produce bullets of the same caliber as the macaroni. That was kind of the idea. Incredibly wasteful and inefficient. So when the Soviet Union collapsed in the 90s, was an understanding that this system should be changed. And this took quite many years. So it was only in 2013 that the government approved a new federal mobilization plan. And in this plan, they decided that, okay, we're moving from this spare capacity model to a model that relies on productivity increases. So we don't have this spare capacity anymore, but the defense industry we have should be able to increase the productivity and produce more with less. That sounds very good, but I'm sure you see the problem. Of course, that system costs less, but it's also less likely to work, especially if you know how the incentive structures look like in the defense industry, that the companies, they get paid based on cost. So, of course, the companies have an interest in exaggerating the costs, not on diminishing them. And in addition, they know that they are too important to fail, so they don't have an incentive to become more efficient. So this is a contradiction that shows the limitation of this reform system of economic mobilization. So what happened after February 2022? I'll start with two observations. The first one is this dilemma, which you're very well aware of, that the government needs to mobilize more resources for the war in Ukraine to win the war. On the other hand, they also need to limit the effects on the population, and they have at least until now had the ambition to try to make this appear a special military operation, which is limited in scope. This puts limit on how much you can mobilize the society and the economy. Second observation. So Russia has some diplomatic and military support from other countries, but doesn't receive any financial aid. It's true that Russia has a lot of trade with, for example, India, China, Turkey, and other countries. It still needs to pay for the imports from those countries. China is not giving anything for free to Russia. No country is giving anything for free to Russia, actually. Compare this with Ukraine, which has a lot of financial support from other countries. And this means that actually, at the end of the day, Russia can only count on its own domestic economy to win this war. And this is quite interesting, I think, and it also shows that this is actually a vulnerability for Russia. So what did the government actually do to mobilize the economy in 2022? Not so much at first. First few months they didn't do anything. Then in the summer they amended the law to reactivate mobilization capacities and facilities, those that still existed. They introduced criminal liability for managers and officials who failed to deliver on the orders put on the defense industry. But they haven't really used this. They haven't started putting managers in prison, for example. But the possibility exists, up to 10 years in prison if you don't deliver on the defense contracts, which you can't refuse, by the way. Then the partial mobilization in September, the decree. It's also interesting because it doesn't contain any measures of economic mobilization, although the mobilization law says that it should. So it's actually, there is an incompatibility here. The government also declared martial law, but this didn't really either contribute to mobilizing the economy. It mostly gave more legal possibilities to the regions and governors to intervene in the economy if they felt the need to do so. But the most interesting measure here is the creation of the government's coordination council. So a bit more about this body, which is headed by the Prime Minister. It actually existed during the Corona pandemic, and then it has been reincarnated now during the war. And this body, the members are all many ministers who are responsible for, who have some area of responsibility that touches upon the war. So many different government ministers. You have the head of Rostec, of Rosatom, all the most important agencies. And this organ has a very, very broad mandate of ensuring the supply of resources to the army and the effort in Ukraine. But it's not just military, it's transport, logistics in the broad sense, it's construction, it's healthcare, it's social spending. I think that this organ is interesting because it is a manifestation of this thinking that exists in Russia about mobilization, that you try to pull together many different parts of the economy or the society and redirect it to a single purpose. And it's also overseeing a growing military budget and a growing budget that's connected to security spending. And it's also interesting to note that it duplicates some other already existing structures, like the Military Industrial Commission, for example, which in theory has the formal responsibility of overseeing the state order for armaments, for example. So something about another aspect, of course, is how much is Russia spending on the war, and you see here that it's gone up, obviously. Although this is it's an estimate that you see in green the last few years. It could be more. This is quite conservative estimate by the Stockholm Institute for Peace Research, but say that it's been around 4 or 5% of GDP. It's now going up towards 7-8. But does this mean that Russia is sending everything to the front? As you can see, the slogan from the Second World War that appears on the side of the truck here. This is just a very, very rough comparison, but just to give you an idea of what the Soviet Union spent on military expenditure. So before the invasion of Germany in 1940, it was almost 20% of GDP. During the Second World War, during the invasion, it was over 50%. During the Cold War, it was around 15%. So, of course, Russia could choose to spend more of its economy on military expenditure. It is starting to increase it, but it's a gradual increase. But I don't think this is the whole story, because this also there is another aspect, which is the structure of the economy, and I think the economy of Russia has a structural militarization. And what I mean by that is that the defense industry is becoming more and more important. It is the driver of the economy, the engine of growth right now, and it's also prioritized in the sense that it gets the best inputs. It gets the best imports, the best semiconductors. It gets the best labor. So since the wages are so high, so a lot of talented young people go to the defense industry, and it's prioritized in every way. And all the other sectors of the economy have to make do after that. So if you see it as a pyramid with the defense sector in the top, and then the rest is less prioritized. And this is similar to how it was in the Soviet Union. But so given this state of affairs, there is you can say it's a debate in Russia or some kind of discussion about what should be done. Is this enough? Should the state do more? Does Russia need to mobilize the economy even more for the war and for the confrontation with the West? And I think it's interesting that the government so far, and Putin in particular, has been very reactive. He hasn't formulated very clearly a future plan. And it's quite evident that they've had to improvise as they go. And they've mostly been trying to reduce the damage of the sanctions and see what's happening. And they don't really have a clear plan going forward. And this is also, I think, what has sparked this discussion in the absence of a plan. So just from my reading, and this is, this can be discussed, obviously. Just my hunch of some different groups and what they argue. So if you have the technocrats, so in the Ministry of Finance and the central bank, they would like to limit military spending. They want to protect what's left of Russia's market economy. Then you have a group, also economists, who have they're more optimistic about Russia's prospects, and they think that Russia, can, in some way, by mobilizing its economy, it can keep up this growth, economic growth, invest more, and more trade with Asia to achieve some kind of technological sovereignty without the West. Then you have the hawks, which instead want to mobilize the economy with even more military expenditure, so throwing more at the military-industrial complex. And then there are some very few nostalgics who are, mentioning the Soviet example as a successful example of economic mobilization. And of course, there are issues with all of these approaches. But the interesting thing to notice is that the legislation is in place in case the government wants to introduce more state intervention. So it has the option to do that if it wants to very quickly. So, some conclusions. I think that the system that they had of economic mobilization didn't help very much once the war started. But it did help in preparing for the war and the sanctions. Because some aspects of the Soviet system were maintained. And we know that there is a list of 800 defense industrial companies that were in this federal mobilization plan that they were obliged to have some extra capacity or some reserves for production of inputs So I think this is also a reason why we see that they had quite a good capacity of keeping, well, they had more resources in store than we thought they did. But once war started, it didn't really help, and it wasn't really used. Instead, the government created this new structure, and it's more starting to mobilize the economy now, 2 years after the start of the war. For example, Patrushev has started to talk about the regions. You need to develop your own mobilization plans and contribute more. So there is this. There is more talk about mobilizing the economy now. And as I mentioned, the government has kind of improvised and not really formulated a plan for the future, which has led to this discussion. And there is this tension between the technocrats who want to protect the market economy and the economic stability of Russia, and the mobilizers who instead see that Russia needs more resources for this great power competition. And of course, the problem is that it's politically impossible to reduce military expenditure. And on the other hand, it's also difficult to spend more because there are economic limitations also. But you can't do both at the same time. And I think if more stress is put on the system through stricter sanctions, it might lead the government to make a mistake of maybe sidelining the technocrats and choosing to really mobilize the economy through increasing military expenditure even more, even though that's inefficient. This leads me a bit to the second part of the conclusion. So if Russia is moving towards this mobilization economy, I'm skeptical that this would actually generate results. I think it would just be more inefficient. But you can see that the system is moving in that direction, almost through inertia. I think it's funny how this seems driven by its own events, almost like, by inertia, not by any active decisions. And connecting to this is this observation that the economy is remilitarizing after the partial demilitarization of the economy that occurred in the 90s. This now being rolled back. Also, many companies are being nationalized again. And all of this creates this lock-in effects because the government is spending money on soldiers, on workers in the defense industry, on veterans, on families of wounded and the dead, and so on. And it's, of course, very, very difficult to reduce this spending. So you have this ratchet effect that you can increase the spending, but it's very difficult to bring it down. And this risks creating a situation where the tail is wagging the dog instead of the other way around. So that policy is more dictated by economic realities, that suddenly you have a huge military sector which is dependent on finance from the state, which is very difficult to reduce. And this was the situation of the Soviet Union in the 90s, in the 80s. And as our colleague mentioned, also the role of the defense industry is also actually the distribution of rents, as economists call it. So rents are the surplus, the income generated by Russia's energy exports is kind of pumped into the defense industry, and then it's redistributed through the economy. And this is also part of this structural militarization that we see in Russia. And so it's very difficult to change this structure, and that's why I think it will persist for a while, as long as the confrontation with the West lasts. And I think that we shouldn't rule out that Russia can choose to spend more on defense production and maybe thereby manage to increase military capability or reconstitute faster. But I don't think that money is the really limiting factor here. I think there are, or even people, it's more competence or skills and technology that is the problem. So, I mean, it's easier also to look at the inputs. We see that they are spending more and they're putting more inputs in the defense industry, but we don't know anything about what's coming out. That's very, very difficult to measure, at least with open sources. I haven't seen any good open sources or, you know, on what are the results from in the defense industry, if they've actually managed to increase production and to what degree. So I think we should be careful there. About assuming that just because they are spending much more, that much more is coming out. Well, of course, if you put something in, something should come out sooner or later, but how much is, we don't know. Just to, last slide, some ideas for what I think is interesting, and we, some of you touched upon these issues, but I think it's interesting with this changing structure in the Russian economy. There are new winners and losers. So this is another consideration. If Russia, if the government chooses to spend more on the military, of course it will be costly and costly for some groups, but some groups might profit or benefit from it as well. And it might also be a way of mobilizing society or pulling together more. So there might be positive aspects to it from the point of view of the government. Then there are other state structures which are also interested and which were also mentioned. And I would also be interested in reading and seeing more research about the degree of societal mobilization and volunteer organizations and what seeing to what degree they contribute to the economy and the war effort. That's it. Thank you.
And our next speaker comes from the Finnish Defence Research Agency, Concepts and Doctrine Division. She's Sari Voinov, and her research interests involve Russia and the global environment, focusing on future research methods. And we are about to hear a presentation on that, so please come forward, Sari.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This presentation is an introduction to future studies and Russia's view of the future. In the presentation, we will proceed in the following order. First, I will describe the method of foresight used in a wider strategic foresight process. Then I will briefly review some of the most common terms. From there, we will move on to look at Russian experts' assessments of dangers and threats to Russia's future. And finally, I will introduce you the factor cards, which are essential for scenario building in future studies. This slide shows the stage of the future studies process at which this presentation takes place. The aim of the process is to serve decision makers by outlining alternative long-term scenarios in a changing operating environment. The process is a part of the long-term foresight study 2044 by the Finnish Defence Research Agency. It all begins with research in specialized fields, which in this study are technology, warfare, operating environment, society, and Russia. These are all called sub-studies. The purpose of the sub-study is to establish a dependable foundation for future foresight based on research material. When looking ahead to the distant future, it is valuable to employ methods of foresight. The idea is to provide potential future scenarios that can be used to assess the impacts of different developments of the chosen object. The sub-study will identify the key aspects that will impact future development. The sub-study generates a synthesis in the form of factor cards considering those elements. As you can see, there are still many steps to be taken from factor cards to scenario building. In this context, however, we will look at only one title or a small piece of the Russian sub-study. The primary study methodology is used is future signals sense-making framework, which can be described as a startup tool to analyze and categorize weak signals, wildcards, drivers, trends, and other types of information. Terms used in future studies include, among others, horizon scanning. That is a systematic method for gathering new insights on issues which may impact the future. Drivers are factors causing change, affecting or shaping the future. Trend is a general tendency or direction of a movement and change over time. A megatrend is a major trend at global or large scale. Weak signal, an early indication of a potential important new event or emerging phenomenon that could become an emerging pattern, a major driver, or the source of a new trend. Russian foresight and military political scientist has been outspoken about the main challenge of future assessments by the Russian armed forces personnel and administration. It is that the general staff and military districts of Russian armed forces struggle to provide a comprehensive assessment of the military political environment. While the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Security Council fail to examine relevant details, resulting in a significant gap in military political foresight. It is important to understand how Russia sees its future developing and to know in some level the methods it uses to foresight. Russian military scientists, experts, and civilian researchers who prepare the Military Political Situation Assessment, VPO, for the Russian Security Council carry out foresight to identify potential and probable military threats to Russia. The VPO examines the balance and differences in military, economic, technological, and other potential between states. It anticipates Russia's ability to mitigate the threats they pose. Researchers and analysts compare Russia's respective drivers of change with those of its potential adversaries, such as United States and China. In the early 2000s, Russian strategic planning was still carried out by assessing and maintaining a threat list of more than 700 threats. These were in turn refined by various variables and quantitative indicators. In total, there were several thousand different actions to be monitored, and making it in practice impossible to use the assessment mechanism. Russia's strategic planning methodology is still in a state of flux. At present, the Russian national security strategy defines the factors and indicators of change according to strategic national priorities, rather than security sectors or types of activity. The reform is important for the scientific and methodological support for Russian strategic planning. Strategic military foresight in Russia often adopts a comprehensive perspective of military strength or potential. The latter is described as a totality of the intellectual and material resources that are engaged in both peace and war, as well as the state's capacity to mobilize all of these resources in order to conduct battle. In the Russian view, global multipolarity does not lead to a reduction in threats, but to their multiplication. The earlier estimate that the threat will come from the West will change by 2045. Then the threat can come from any direction, including space. The most likely scenario in Russian thinking is that between 2040 and 2050, the Western Bloc will retain its power of influence in the world order and will determine the direction of global development. It will control other allies and centers of power, such as Islamic, Indian, and Chinese. In reality, however, in Russian experts' opinion, only China can challenge the West in a confrontation. Russian military experts estimate that Russia will lose its important and strong role in shaping and maintaining trade, economic, political, and social relations by 2030 if it fails to strengthen its industry and maintain its domestic policies in line with the fundamental values of its people. At the same time, it will lose its military alliances with non-Western states. It will lose its strong position in the formation of new centers of power and influence in the global arena. On the other hand, experts estimate that Russia's role in the modern world order is so great that its removal from the ranks of the leading players could dramatically change the trends of global development. Economic stagnation and the ensuing economic crisis will lead to growing domestic instability in Russia, a process of Russian annexation and military action against Russia to seize areas of natural resources. Russian scientists estimate that the regional and local military threats and dangers are emerging on Russia's borders. Russia's main military threats in the period of 2030 and to 2045 are related to the United States and its allies, both in the West and in the East. The threats in general are described as arising from old and new conflicts with neighboring countries or in areas where Russia is protecting its national interests. The escalation of these tensions can lead to the outbreak of various military conflicts. The main threat for Russia is that they could escalate into large-scale wars involving weapons of mass destruction. China's considerable superiority over Russia in terms of combat capability in the strategic regions of Siberia and the Far East, and its economic potential are in themselves a military threat to Russia. According to Russian experts, China's military and political leadership has no aggressive intentions towards Russia, and therefore no military threat, although contrary assessments have been made. Concerns have been raised in Russia regarding the country's increasing reliance on China. Russians refer to this phenomenon as Asianization, cynicization, even xenophobia has been raised as a consequence of becoming over-dependent on China. The threat to Russia's Arctic region will remain at the same level in both 2030s and 2040s. In the Arctic region, the United States and NATO threaten Russia's national interest, including through claims on its natural resources. In assessment, the threats from the West include the Baltic states, Poland, Germany, and the United States, who have military claims on both Belarus and Russia. At the same time, it is proposed that these countries want to take advantage of the other Eastern European countries. With regard to the Baltic Sea, Russian experts argue that the threat is potential. They forecast that the Estonian and Finnish navies might attempt to block the strategically significant Gulf of Finland, a crucial transport route to Kaliningrad, by deploying mines. Consequently, the main forces and troops of the Baltic Fleet stationed in Kaliningrad would find themselves completely cut off, facing all the effects that would follow. At the same time, Russia's maritime doctrine foresees that several states will present future territorial claims on some of its coastal, island, enclave areas such as Kaliningrad. As a result, Belarus will become even more important as a buffer state in the western region. In the southwest of Russia, the military threat up to 2045 is foreseen to arise from Ukraine's territorial claims with the support of US and NATO. Azerbaijan's territorial claims with Turkish support against Armenia over Nagorno-Karabakh, Georgia's efforts to regain Abkhazia and South Ossetia with US and NATO support pose a threat to Russia. States and actors posing a military threat are projected by Russia to be equipped with disruptive technologies and employing nuclear deterrence by 2045. The rise of Islamic caliphates, possible coup d'etat in Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, as well as ongoing disagreements on the Kuril Islands, Sakhalin Islands, Kamchatka Peninsula, and Primorsky region, are potential triggers of military tensions until 2045. According to Foresight, Japan, the United States, South Korea, and China are all asserting territorial claims in these areas. Russia's ability to maintain a position in Central Asian countries until 2045 is assessed primarily through state-owned enterprises. Kazakhstan is seeking an increasingly independent foreign policy but many other countries are heavily indebted and remain indebted to China and Russia. The influence of the China, Russia, Turkey axis in the region will continue to grow. Russia is seeking to dominate the region through energy as a competitor to China. Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan as oil states have common interests with Russia, and Russia will continue its previous trade relations with them. The military threat for Russia is projected to arise from the Islamic extremism and regional rivalries by 2045, both within Russia and in its neighborhood. Islamic extremism is strongly related to the threat of megaterrorism, which Russia intends to combat through a large-scale counter-terrorism operations. Russia's main internal military danger and threat is a violent overthrow of the regime and a change in its constitutional order by 2030. However, if the regime has not been overthrown, by then the threat will not significantly diminish even by 2045, says experts. Russian military academy experts claim that the main challenge and threats to Russia's domestic policy in the long term are related to the inadequate ability to foresee the future. The power structure lacks capacity to address socio-political issues, necessitating innovative solutions that incorporate legal, political, and social standards. Russian experts have estimated that the disintegrating development of socio-cultural crisis in Russia can be expected after year 24. The assessment was made in the year just before Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. The said unfavorable trend is likely to accelerate in this context. The unfavorable trend in Russia is likely to worsen due to public distrust of political leadership and a deteriorating society. The US and EU sanctions have severely impacted Russia's banking and financial system, affecting the sustainability of banks supporting state defense. Russia's planning horizon is decreasing, with key measures limited to budget revenue and expenditure and no economic policy. The Russian defense industry attaches great importance to prioritization. Of particular importance are projects in the space, cyber, information, and cognitive domains. Russia is exploring opportunities to exploit cheaper technologies, new operational concepts, paramilitary activities, and dual-use products while closely monitoring global environment and population behavior. Despite extensive sanctions, the development of the Russia's defense industrial complex will continue through international military technical cooperation. The sustainability and pricing of defense and defense industry funding are serious obstacles to Russia's foreign trade. Several points have been added to the Armed Forces Development Program to improve weaknesses. This includes improving the financial performance of the forces, improving logistics, and addressing shortcomings such as waste of resources, organizational confusion, and incoherence. But the first step should be in tackling the corruption. Corruption is not confined to the military-industrial complex, but is pervasive throughout the whole of government and society. Corruption is a burden of Russia's past, a trend of the present, and still an obstacle to the future. If Russia's ability to modernize its nuclear arsenal does not progress by 2035, it is likely to fall behind the United States and, above all, China. The development of China's nuclear arsenal has been slow due to the shortage of materials and the slowness of the processes for dealing with them. Russia can arm China by selling it weapons-grade plutonium, which will weaken Russia's position, but at the same time at least maintain control and deterrence of its nuclear weapons complex. By 2045, Russia is likely to be able to maintain its critical infrastructure, with the state continuing to manage the transport and energy sectors. Although infrastructure instability and obsolescence will continue to be a slowing factor. Critical infrastructure is maintained at the expense of other sectors and industries. Climate change will increase maintenance costs and slow down reforms. They are also affected by the duration of the conflict with Europe, the US, and China's desire for cooperation. Finally, we come back to the beginning. Here is an example of the factor card of the Russian sub-study entitled "Russia Believes in Bipolar World Order." As Russian specialists have argued, in addition to a multipolar world, Russia sees possible as a bipolar world, where it stands with China as a strong counterforce to the West. The card indicates that this development is a strengthening trend and driver. In red is marked the trends, drivers, and uncertainties from the sources you have just heard. The number of cards is not limited, but the ultimate aim is to highlight the most important factors influencing the future from a large amount of research data. The next step in the process is to cluster the cards from all the sub-studies. And this is how the process moves towards the scenario building, impact analysis, and determination of indicators. This concludes my presentation on looking to the future.
Emil Vanheden and Sari Voinov, could you please come forward and have this session of questions and answers? We have plenty of time to have a few questions, but then again, I don't know if there's any need to make this longer than necessary. So, who would like to start by making the first question? There we have a question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is for Sari. There is a moment when the Russian scientific or experts say about Indian power center or Chinese power center, but they also mention the Islamic power center. I think there is no something like Islamic power centers. The Islamic world is totally divided. You know, so when you see the positions of Iran and the positions of the Saudis, for example, they are really confronting each other. So to say the Islamic power center, it would be like to say the Christian power center, including Russia and the United States, for example. So I think this is really far from the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I think in this context, Russians are thinking about the threat as a Islamic rising to something that we cannot at this stage even imagine. So in their expert assessments, there would be like more of a Islamic confrontation with from different kind of areas which are a threat to Russia, because they are gaining, well, actually having their own state. So, yeah, there is many of things in these future studies that we cannot actually think of at the present time. But how can we say that that is not possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations, both of you as well. My name is Francesca and I work at NATO Alliance Transformation. I actually have another question, but I will limit it to two to make it easy. So regarding the Russia's war economy, since my portfolio is on China, I was wondering, you spoke about, of course, the fact that Russia receives financial aid, but actually only can rely on its own economy. So regarding, there is evidence that China is actually indirectly supporting now publicly the Russian economy to be sustained, to also leverage, the impact of the sanctions internationally. So I was wondering, what's your opinion on how do you see China's participation in this effort to sustain indirectly the Russian war economy, especially specifically with non-lethal weapons and dual-use military capabilities? And for the madam, my question is regarding still China. The China-Russia, we know that they have a strategic partnership and they are not allies yet. And they will probably not so, as we know that there is a limit in their partnership despite their effort to define themselves as an unlimited partnership after the agreement that they signed in 2022. So I wanted to know your opinion on the evolution of this strategic partnership, and how do you see Russia's ground zero for not supporting China's in case China will step up as a security partner in a strategically located zone that are important for Russia. I'm saying, of course, Asia, or specifically in the African region or the Arctic, where their interests are conflicting, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you, Francesca. Yeah, a few thoughts. I think, so China has become, it's one of the big changes, I think, since February 2022, is how dependent Russia has become on China. Both because it needs China to continue buying its oil, but also because it's so important for the imports of inputs, dual-use stuff, semiconductors, you name it. But what I think is interesting is that this trade is obviously advantageous for China. So they are, I mean, it's good for them. They earn money on this, and they are selling. I mean, they are selling expensive things for Russia to Russia, and they are buying discounted Russian oil. So I haven't seen much evidence or any evidence of China doing things that would be economically damaging for them in order to support Russia. So I think this is an interesting question, because it shows a bit, okay, but so how much is China ready to do in order to support Russia? And you can see that, for example, how much does China invest in Russia? Very little. So they are not willing to risk a lot of FDI in Russia, for example. We've seen also Chinese banks that have cut ties with Russia because they're afraid of American sanctions. But of course they will try to keep this trade because it's their interest to support Russia, and also because it's economically advantageous. Yeah, I think there are limits, but sometimes it looks to me that Russia is taking advantage of a weak Russia also, actually. But on the other hand, I'm not an expert on China, but I have difficulty seeing that they would let, maybe there's a limit to how much they will take advantage of Russia as well. But yeah, it can't be stressed enough how dependent Russia has become on China, which is interesting also in light of what Sari is saying.
Yes, I agree with you, Emil, what you said about the China's advantages. The cooperation is going to be ongoing so long that as China considers that it gains about it with Russia. But the conflicts are going to be mainly either in Africa or in Central Asia because of the who's supporting who and so on. So, but they both have goals in these areas. But what would be the not supporting point for China? At this stage, I cannot see the point. What it would be, because of the China needs Russia in the future or in the Arctic region. So, of course, the economical, military support and everything, they are really important. But in the future, the Arctic region is going to be the main thing, and for that, China needs Russia's support.
Yeah, thank you very much for both of you. Very nice presentations. I'm Laura Solongo from Buffett Institute here in Helsinki. To Emil, you mentioned in your presentation about the structural change in the economy that this militarization is causing. Would very much like to hear if you can elaborate a bit on where in specific you think we're going to see those changes, and sort of how those changes are potentially going to change the way the Russian economy functions. That would be highly interesting. Then on maybe a bit of a side note, you just discussed on Russia-China cooperation and potential points of tension. How about North Korea? For how long is China going to look at Russia, sort of giving a lifeline to North Korea by buying weapons from there? Thanks.
Yes. I've only just started thinking about this, so I'm afraid I don't really have a very good answer or elaboration on what we'll see. But just some very early thoughts is that I think there's been the heritage that from the Soviet Union, which was kind of in the background and is kind of coming back stronger. So this defense industries that were always there and are now becoming more important. This is a symptom of this militarization. I'm not entirely sure that it's a structural change. Maybe it's more of a gradual change, because I think this system of rent distribution, as it's worked in the Russian economy, it won't change. It's still, based on energy exports and then sustaining large state-owned companies that then distribute these profits in the economy. Maybe they are different companies now. Maybe some companies are becoming less important, like Gazprom, while the defense industry is becoming more important. Maybe it's those kind of changes. Another change is the Western companies that have left. Some are privatized. I'm not sure yet to what degree that is an important change, because maybe it's just a change of ownership. Maybe they are just importing the inputs from via other countries, so maybe in the end it doesn't matter very much. But it might matter in terms of people who owns these companies. So maybe different oligarchs, for example, that might be a change. Another change, I think, is if you look at what parts of the population are benefiting from the increase in military expenditure. So we see in the regions that if you got a job in the defense industry, obviously your salary will be much higher. If you're contract soldier, your salary will be much higher. But what happens if you're outside of the security sector? Maybe you will be worse off. This is just a thought. I don't know, but I think it would be interesting to look into more of that. Also, what happens in the big cities, in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and the middle class? How are they affected? They can't travel anymore. Maybe they have less access to luxury goods, or maybe they do. I don't know. But yeah.
Yes, my answer to North Korea, it's going to be very short one, because I haven't been studying in this matter, but I see that it would be important to have like a triangle study: North Korea, Russia, China relations, and maybe from the point of view of Indo-Pacific Ocean, so in that area. So thank you for pointing out that.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Emil, I have a question to you. When you talked about mobilization of economy and mobilizational economy, referring that the second one is from the former Soviet times, at the end of 2022, it was Prime Minister Mishustin signing two governmental statements authorizing Ministry of Defense establish the military factories, военные заводы, to deal with production, maintenance and repair of wheeled and tracked personnel carriers. Since that, I saw nothing. I've seen nothing in this happening. But in reality, those statements were very interesting because they even prescribed the size of the factories, close to 2,000 personnel each, and allowing them to mobilize, recruit employees to those factories. So actually, it was like first signs of this mobilizational economy happening. But as I said, since that, it was no indications. Maybe in your research, you came up with development of this event. And the second thing is also related to the shipbuilding question, mostly related to the shipyards devoted to build first-class ships. If you may recall, a few years ago, one of Russian oligarchs, close friend of Putin, Pugachev, left, defected to Russia, and the main reason was that his shipyard, Zvezdochka in Vladivostok, actually was almost confiscated by the Ministry of Defense, and since that there are, again, no information about the developments in this shipyard being able to build first-class ships. Maybe you also have something, at least, you know, how the developments are going. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't aware of this particular decree that you mentioned, but it's interesting. I've seen other other similar examples. Just one funny example, I think, is that I think this was already prior to the war, that they set up cameras in the Defense Coordination Center in the MOD to, in real time, they could see what's happening in the defense industry factories, so that they can, look at the production lines. This tells you something about the micromanagement and also the lack of trust towards the defense industry. And then just reading in detail the federal budget, you can also see that they are funding new defense-related programs that are ostensibly civilian. Like, for example, there is a new national project on the production of drones for civilian use, they're saying, with substantial funding. There is also new funding for shipyards, I think on the Black Sea, for rebuilding the shipyards. So you can find some details, for example, in the budget going in that direction. But I don't know about the specific cases that you mentioned, but I think these are symptoms of this mobilization economy thinking that exists in the government.
Thank you so much for interesting presentations. My name is Sinikka Parviainen, also from the Profit Institute at the Bank of Finland. I have one question for Sari. You didn't mention climate change or decrease in the demand of fossil fuels that's still forecasted in the 30s or 40s, depending on different forecasts. So, did you find any evidence of this the Russian in your Russian data or your Russian analysis? What are they thinking about this? I personally see this as a huge threat. Thank you.
Yes, about the climate change, there is lots of studies, but the actual environmental things for Russian government, they are not priority. So if Russia has to focus on something really important, the climate change things and environmental things are not in the first 10 things. But anyway, the climate change was mentioned infecting and affecting to the infrastructure, because the infrastructure maintaining is very important. And from that perspective, Russians are writing a lot. And then about fossil fuels, that was not in these studies the focus, but of course, Russia is, despite of the green energy, they are still sticking to fossil fuels as long as possible.
Thank you very much for your both presentation. I just have one question. I do not understand why Russia, since 2000, let's say, didn't develop, in addition to the railway networks, some huge motorway complex like motorway between Vladivostok and Moscow with the 8 tracks. They've got the resources to do that, so why didn't they do that?
I don't really know, to be honest. But it's an interesting question, this also about the infrastructure and the railroads, because Russia is so dependent on the railroads. And just from all the discussions we've had in the past 2 days, and you see all the needs that Russia has, for example, in expanding the army and defense industry, military expenditure, keeping the population happy and so on. And then also if you put infrastructure, which is very expensive, and upgrading the infrastructure. And we've seen examples of infrastructure breaking in the last year, and it's a problem which is getting worse. And you also have to wonder if they want to reorient trade towards China and towards the east or towards the south, and you have this infrastructure bottlenecks. It's difficult to do everything at the same time for spending on infrastructure and resolving those problems at the same time that you have a war. And I think also there is this railroad that runs parallel to the Trans-Siberian Railroad, the BAM, which is affected by climate change, right? So because it's built on permafrost, so as it gets warmer, the ground kind of crumbles underneath the railway.
So we have at least one last question or two.
Thank you both for your briefs. My question's for Sari. I'm just wondering if you had any insights on any key assumptions used when generating those assessments, and if so, if any appear to be of low confidence or more fragile than others.
Just to think a little bit. So about this, you were meaning about these factor cards and their building and their impacts. Did you mean that?
So it's when generating the assessments. I didn't know if you had any insights into what key kind of assumptions are required for those kind of plausible futures to occur, and if any of those key assumptions are any kind of fragile than others and could lead to going off course or to going to a different direction.
Yeah, the main thing, of course, is the question everybody wants to know in these future studies: is Russia going to be collapse? So that is the main question that everybody wants to know now. So that can go in very many directions. But this kind of a scenario about Russia collapsing, it's like it's the black swan card or what if card. So there is many directions that we still have to look at. But that is the main question. But I don't have the answer now.
So I have a question for Emil. You had a great line in your conclusion saying if we put more stress on the Russian military-industrial complex by tightening sanctions, you would suspect that the Russians would double down in terms of increasing state intervention and increasingly throwing resources at the military-industrial complex in a sort of unproductive way. I mean, I guess that's what I noted, which is, I'm wondering if you could flesh that out a bit more. How should we tighten sanctions in order to put that stress on, and what would you expect the GCC or the National Security Council to do in terms of its making counterproductive decisions? So, love that line. Could you tell us a broader story around it?
Yes, thank you for the question. So this is also an undeveloped thought that I kind of threw into the presentation. But what I've noticed is that when things get tough, it seems that the hawks get more space, and the technocrats tend to have more difficulty preserving the you know, the policies that they think are important. So, for example, take something like subsidized mortgages. So the technocrats want to end this program because it's fueling inflation, but on the other hand, it's kept. The government keeps it because it's important for the population. So the worse the situation gets, I suspect that this might empower this faction which is more security oriented. And these people, they are less economically literate, and so I think this is it could lead to mistakes, and a little bit what I'm driving at is that this mobilization economy is a bit of a fantasy or hope, you know, that has been created as a possible future or a possible way out of Russia's predicament, which looks very depressing from the economic point of view. So I think this is why it's important to put stress on the system, and I don't mean just the military-industrial complex, I mean on the whole economy if it's possible. Of course, this is difficult to do. One way is, of course, to target the incomes of Russia, so the energy incomes, and this is done through the price cap, oil price cap, for example. And I think we are already putting stress on the system, and the sanctions are working. They're putting, and you can notice this. And if we do that even more, it will increase this dynamic. So, for example, if we could lower the price cap, that would put more stress on the system, because then you have less resources to work with, and that makes it more difficult.
Thank you for your presentations. I was interested in this. You mentioned that the Russian military-industrial complex, at the moment, like the output is pretty much, it's like a black box. But would you be able to give any indicators, like if we would try to develop a methodology, like to somehow estimate where it's going, like where the output is going? Based on the open source, like, do you have any? Could you elaborate that? Like, are there any directions that we should look at? Thank you.
Thank you. There are a couple of different things I've tried to think about. First, I tried to look at statistics. So, can you, for example, look at, you know, Rosstat publishes industrial production statistics, but they are too, they're not disaggregated enough to isolate the defense industry. So we see that industrial production has increased from those statistics, but it's very difficult to understand how much of that is due to defense industry. But the Bank of Finland they have done a study on this, which is very interesting, that they look at economic statistics and try to find how much of that is going to the defense industry. So that is one possible way. Otherwise, another possible method is using satellite imagery and trying to look if the factories are expanding. I think again that this is it is difficult, because you can see that they are expanding factories, but it doesn't say about what's coming out of it. Another way perhaps is looking at what is turning up on the battlefield in Ukraine. So what kind of, you know, tanks or vehicles are turning up there, and then kind of building up from that. But it is very difficult using open sources. A funny exception is the Shahed drones, where they actually write on the tail is the production number. So you know, the Shahed drone number 132 has 132 written in big letters on it. So that's very easy to see how many they produce by just counting them that way. That's an exception. But maybe you can look at the serial numbers inside the components of equipment found in on the battlefield in Ukraine. For example, engines and you know, the gearboxes or whatever that you find, if they have production serial numbers that were produced, you can use that to kind of infer how many they produced. This is a method used during the Second World War by British intelligence to estimate German war production. So maybe they're doing that in Ukraine already, but you can't do that with open sources.
If I may continue with another question I forgot to ask. Your estimate on how prepared, or are they preparing to kind of develop any civilian innovation applications, like now that they are investing heavily to the military-industrial complex? Because the Soviet model was basically separate. They didn't produce much of anything like to the civilian sphere. But do you see any indicators in that they would attempt to do it in any way successfully?
It's also a very good question, and I haven't looked too much into that, so I don't really know. But it's clear that they want to, and they're talking a lot about innovation and technological sovereignty and having these synergy effects. But what's actually happening is I don't really know. I would guess that it's more talk than what is actually happening, but that's just a guess.
Okay, thank you. I think it's about time to move to the next part, and that will be closing remarks by Colonel Pasi Hirvonen. But before that, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists, Emil Van Hemel and Sari Voinov. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we live in times of peril. Russia, a permanent member of UN Security Council, is waging a war, a brutal war against its smaller sovereign neighbor. Leaders, both political and military, in various European countries are raising public awareness of a potential future larger war in Europe. US commitment to support Ukraine is at stake. Even the US commitment to its global alliances could be at risk. In October, I visited SHAPE. Vice Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Hubert Cottereau, shared his view on this turbulent world with us, and I quote one sentence of what he said to us. "I don't know if we are going towards a war, but certainly we are not going away from it." In these uncertain and dangerous times, political and military leaders need a comprehensive, holistic understanding of Russia, the perpetrator of this brutal war of aggression ongoing at the moment. In Finland's case, because of our history and geography, this understanding is of course paramount, vital, even existential. As the head of the Department of Warfare here in National Defence University, I'm grateful that I have a Russia research group in my department. Russia group provides that kind of comprehensive understanding of Russia, not just for the Department of Warfare and National Defence University, but the Defence Forces and our senior leadership. And that understanding actually, at least in some areas, goes beyond the capabilities of our military intelligence. But in order to excel in its job, the Russia Group needs a network of partners, both domestic and international. This seminar has proven to be an excellent venue for that kind of networking. The seminar has grown steadily over the years, both in numbers of participants and speakers. And I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers and participants that you have chosen to spend your valuable time with us here during this seminar. I know that Finland in February is not most tempting travel location, so thank you all for that, especially those who are present here now. But, and I quote now Dr. Juan Carlos Antunez Moreno from yesterday when he used the Disneyland metaphor, when he said that from his perspective, this is like coming to a Disneyland where people with kind of a shared interests gather and have fun together. So I think this seminar has been exactly like that. But the seminar wouldn't have been possible without the hard work of the Russia Group in preparing the seminar and actually conducting the seminar and supporting us all. So I want to thank Janne, Juha, Katri, Bettina for all your hard work in preparing the seminar and moderating the seminar and so on. And last but certainly not least, I would like to thank Oona and Pentti, especially for your hard work preparing and ensuring that the seminar goes smoothly and things like that. And I ask both Oona and Pentti to step forward. As a small token of my appreciation, I would like to give Oona and Pentti the coin of the Department of Warfare, and these are the coins number 3 and 4. So they are still very, very rare and exquisite items to And one thing before I officially close the seminar, I would like to ask everyone to mark your calendars. So 12th and 13th of February next year will be the time for the next 2025 Russia seminar. So put that into your calendars, and hopefully we will meet you again next year. And I actually hope that I'm still the head of the Department of Warfare after a year. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see. Thank you, and have a safe travels back home where you are coming from, and have a nice spring, and all the best to all of you. Okay, thank you.